Hi there, welcome to Joshi'ing Around Weekly, a podcast in which we will discuss the most important shows, the best matches and the hottest topics in Japanese women's pro wrestling on a weekly basis. I'm Tim.
And I'm Eric.
And welcome to the show. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Joshi'ing Around Weekly episode 29. This is the second part of our episode this week, since we went a little bit long on the All-Star Grand Kingdom review. We decided to push all the other promotions back into a second episode. Right away, this podcast is a part of the Social Suplex Podcast Network, a network dedicated to bring you the best coverage from all over the world, including Keeping It Strong Style, the Trish and Sarah Wrestling Podcast, One Nation Radio, Tunnel Talk, All Things Elite, Imps AW Adventure, Wrestling Out with Chris Stings, and the AW Match Guide. We also release the Social Suplex newsletter around once a month that gives you in-depth coverage from promotions all over the world, the best coverage in all of wrestling media, and you can find it on socialsuplex.com. If you have any questions for our podcast, or for us personally, you can join the Social Suplex Discord, where you can find Eric and me. On this episode 29B, you can expect to hear about the Marigold Korakuen show, a TJPW show from Shinjuku phase, before we enter the Indie Zone.
Indie Zone.
Where Eric is gonna take us through the Sendai Girls show from April 25, maybe also April 19, we'll see how we feel about that. Marvelous, Oz Academy, Evo, Ice Ribbon, Diana, 01 Rose, and the Fortune Dream 3-Way. Then we're gonna have our quick previews and our match of the week discussion. Hi, hello. David, you're back here too. How are you doing? You had something?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you want to talk
about
it.
I'm happy to talk about it. Yeah, I had a big day for me. I was at a second round job interview for a solicitor's role. So I was sat down with they're actually a business technically. So it was the head director and chairperson of the board. So quite a strange, intense interview, but I had a really nice time. She was lovely. And during the interview, I got an email telling me I'd got an interview for their arch rifle firm as well. So I had to try and not react to that news when she was asking me if you got any, are you applying for anyone else? So I kept that quiet. Hopefully she's not a listener. She did mention the Social Suplex because it's technically on my CV. So I did not explain what it was.
That's funny. Okay. Eric, are you feeling any better?
Yeah, but you know, I'm a fucking baby. I admit it. When I get a cold, I just regress into a fetus. I want my wife. I miss my wife. David, congratulations on your baby on the way. I can guarantee you they will throw fewer tantrums than I do when I've got a cold. I was just lying in my bed on my trip, needless to say, for 2 days straight. But it's okay. I got over it. I finally found paracetamol. I cannot believe humans existed without paracetamol. Those 2 days without paracetamol were agonizing. My head was going to explode. As soon as I took 2 of them, I was fucking good for the rest of the day. And I went to my shows and I'm happy now. But goddamn, that was difficult.
I'm so the opposite. I'm painkillers as an absolute last resort. I don't know why. I just am.
What?
Yeah. I think it builds up my tolerance. I feel like that. My wife takes them for anything and everything, and I feel like it makes her. She seems more susceptible to everything than me. So maybe but that might just be, my perverse excuse for just not taking them. I don't know.
Damn.
Immune to headaches. Nice humble brag there. Damn.
I have this when I have like this like the usual headache medicines really don't work on me. If I have a proper headache, like nothing really works on me. So that's why, I don't know. The usual like aspirin or whatever, that all is completely useless on me. So that sucks either way. I would love to have painkillers.
We got all three here. We got someone immune to headaches, someone that gets headaches takes paracetamol and it works, and then someone that gets headaches and paracetamol doesn't work. That's crazy.
Yeah.
To be fair, I did actually technically get a headache today because I was staying in a hotel that had paper thin walls, and some, I presume, 100-year-old man was next door to me, and he was listening to Michael Portillo's Train Journeys at 6 a.m. at insane volume. But it woke me up, so I got an extra 2 hours prep for the interview. So I guess that was good. But yeah.
That is like the most British thing that will ever be said on this podcast.
Is it like a show about trains?
It's a former Conservative politician who takes rail journeys based on a book from the Victorian period. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So Eric, how do you have any news from your trip? Do you have anything you want to tell us, or is it just, are we just gonna go through the shows and then you're gonna tell us then?
Well, so first we'll go over Marigold, which I wasn't at. So after that, we'll talk about the shows that I went to on my trip. But for the last several days, I just keep repeating all of these interactions in my head that I've had with wrestlers and just making sure I didn't say anything too cringe. You know, when you can't just help that feeling. It's like, did those actually go well? Did I come off like a fucking geek? I don't know. I never used to be a meet and greet guy. The first ever meet and greet I did was Lil Mars at Eve in like November last year, like not only like 6 months ago, and then it was Venny. I think on a show before or after. I don't know, one of those two were the first ones, but I've kind of realized I like the meet and greets where I'm meeting lesser known wrestlers who might not be aware of how appreciated they are by like international fans. I think I don't care much for the meet and greets with superstars. Like, I never did a meet and greet with Suri, for example, and I'm not interested in it. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just, I would never do one for that level of star, or like John Cena or something like that, unless they like mean something personally to you, of course. But I get a lot out of meeting the lesser known wrestlers and seeing how happy they are when I like show them my writings or the podcast and talk to them about their matches as well. So, I mean, later we'll talk about it, but I met a rookie from 2AW today, right? Which is completely unheard of promotion for like Western fans to follow. And I told her that I loved her match with Senka in Marvelous, and she was like so happy with it. I get something out of that. I do enjoy that a lot. So
it was very sweet being there when you met Little Mars. She was legitimately very happy to meet you, and you were very giddy in a nice way.
Oh my god, David, you were there! Oh my god! Wait, we've definitely told this story in the podcast, but I have to repeat it because it was okay. That definitely was my first meet and greet. I was trying to remember if it was that or Venny. It was definitely Mars.
There was an intermission.
I was so yes, because I was so like stun locked, and I didn't know how to close off the interaction, so I just hugged her. And to be honest, it worked out okay, because the next times I've met her, she's remembered me. I met her in Japan, and she was like, "Oh, Eric," and then I met her again in Eve, and she hugged me first. I was like, "Oh, okay." It kind of worked out, but it was very cringe. That is the most cringe interaction I've had for sure.
It's very sweet.
Damn. I still cringe when I think back about not buying Misakagura's photo book. I don't know. I just felt like that was so impolite of me. She really wanted me to buy it. I just bought more portraits to make up for the same price, but I really didn't want to walk out of there with like her photo book in hand.
That's so
because
funny.
It's spicy. Yeah. But like thinking back, I always think like that must be so rude. Like if someone doesn't want to have your sexy pictures, doesn't that mean?
And the thing is, like, we talk about gravure, I guess, right? Like Yamaoka is a big topic, I guess, in gravure, because she's doing it out of her own volition. She clearly likes it and wants to do it. And Misakagura is kind of like the same, right? It's more of like an empowerment thing. So like when she wants you to buy it, it's because she's legitimately proud of it,
yes,
and also
she's proud of
yen. So
you could tell how proud she is of it. And I was just like, I'm just gonna take 2 more portraits.
But it is really spicy. Like. Yeah. Like some of those photos, yeah. Anyway.
I think it's impressive.
Next time I'm gonna buy it.
I was just gonna say, I think it's an impressive show of sales resistance. I'm always impressed if you can, stand down a hard sell attempt. So I think that's good too. But Seri, as I've mentioned in the Discord many times, she's one of the reasons I can't open Twitter near my wife, because of the pictures she posts. It's insane, and they're getting worse or better depending on your perspective.
You can just not follow Sari on there, I guess.
No, come on.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, speaking of which, should we get into Marigold?
Yeah, I
That's
was
a good
just gonna
segue.
say, speaking of Seri, we could just start with the Marigold show. It was, where do I have it? It was the Spring Victory Series, day 14 in Korakuen Hall, in front of 756 people.
Mm.
Don't get me started on this.
Should we just not talk about it?
Well,
I don't
David,
know
was your
about it.
point-
Like around 800 is their normal now, right? I guess.
Yeah. Well, David, were you going to have a point about the attendance? Or?
I have a point, but it's not about the attendance. So go for the attendance first. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, okay. This is just what they do. They're not like a Stardom level company. I don't know why we need to analyze every single Marigold attendance. It's just so boring. This is their average. This is just what they're going to do until, they build up their roster, get some better bookers. This is just what it is. They got the big show in 1 month, and I hope you guys remember me saying the only times they care are between May and October, right? Because they got a big show in May, a big show in the summer at some point. I think it's in August or whatever, and then a big show in October. Oh yeah, because they got Dreamstar, obviously that's the summer one. And outside of that, they don't care. And I was hoping that this Korakuen Hall was kind of like the kickstart to like, okay, here's some sick booking now. And it was a good show. But then, at the end, Tommy's leaving. So it's kind of like, I was hoping that was going to be the start of some big stories. And then it was not that. So, this is just what they're going to do. I don't really care about the attendance, to be honest.
I did think this one.
We don't need to.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you go.
I did think this one seemed a bit emptier and more echoey and a bit more depressing than usual. Personally, watching, I think it was. I had a note actually of is it Haruto? I always forget the commentator's name, and it was so echoey when he was talking, which is a bit. I don't know. I don't mind, but it's just because Marigold's had quite big and quite rocking crowds at some points. It just felt a bit.
Really, I would say they have like some of the worst crowds, like alongside TJPW.
I mean, in terms of size,
out of all of the Joshi companies I cover.
I more meant in terms of the number of people there, and like it being like you turn it on, it looks like an event.
Yeah, maybe.
But I'm a bit out of date.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember even some. Okay, yeah, the ones that were rocking were like when Mayu like joined, right, and like that match with Nanae Takahashi, right. That was in like an insane crowd. But yeah, like for the past 6 months, they just sit on their hands. Like you can watch the house shows, like no one's reacting to fucking anything. This is I don't know.
No, that's fair. But I suppose as I say, I'm actually going to get onto it because I haven't been watching super close in a while. It was quite shocking to me to see that.
But you can't even like blame the fans. Like there's nothing to get excited for. I know we talk about Marigold booking a lot, but like, how can you like Miku and Utami was a great match and I loved it, and then Utami's leaving. Like, what's to get excited about when you look at Marigold as a product? Okay, what is one storyline that's happening in Marigold? Can we name one storyline? All right, cool, good discussion.
I mean, that's just it.
I mean,
I can't name anything.
If you want, this does segue on to what I was going to say, but it's Eric, you go.
I was just gonna ask. We don't need to compare them to Stardom, right? That doesn't really.
I hate the Stardom comparison. It's just it's so
stupid.
Pointless.
I think
that. Go on.
I just think maybe we should like just if we compare them, can we compare them to like other promotions that are fighting for the number 2 spot, or is it also dumb?
That's what I would do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I would do as well. We don't need to do this now, but I mean, we recently Sendai girls were in Korakuen, right? That looked a bit different.
Sendai girls, I mean, they just pack their Korakuens. And they've done it like 3 times in a row. Obviously, the first one was Meika Satomura's retirement. Okay. Yeah. The Hashimoto one, people will like say that's a special occasion. I mean, Suri versus Hashimoto in the main event should not be like packing out, like no vacancy, Korakuen Hall. Like, it's a big match for people like us, but that is not something that would typically like full sell out Korakuen Hall. So the fact that they did that is a really big achievement. And obviously the recent one, which... What the top? It was fucking Aniki, Ryu Mizunami in the main event. So like, yeah, they have really good Korakuens. Yeah, the thing that makes it difficult to compare Marigold to other promotions is their schedule. They run a Stardom schedule, and the other promotions around them don't do that, like Sendai Girls, TJPW, whatever. So
this all ties in.
Yeah, David wanted to.
Yeah, this all ties in really nicely because I wanted to make like a big macro point at the start because, as I mentioned, this is my first time watching a full Marigold card in quite a while because I've been very overloaded with work, so I've had to pick and choose. So I've mostly been watching my Mayu and Miku matches and not much else. So I was really looking forward to actually checking in on this and seeing hopefully the development and the changes. And what I was overwhelmingly struck by was firstly how random the show felt and how this promotion felt fundamentally confused to me from the ground up. Like they were groping out in every possible direction, hoping something would stick, like the aesthetics, the tone, the general direction, as I say. It was really jarring to me how discordant the entire presentation was. And I don't think shows have to be homogenous to be good. Like I like Sendai Girls, and they have Momo, Bob Bob Banana, and Red Energy, who naturally don't fit, but they do work because even the oddballs kind of feel like they're within the promotion's little universe. The same way like Miyu fits in TJPW, even though she's obviously very different. But like Marigold just felt like an entire unassembled like jigsaw puzzle to me, with like pieces scattered all over the table. And that's like kind of fine because you can have like young talent and developing storylines like slowly coming together to form a greater whole one day. But like, as I say, like a jigsaw, there's meant to be like a picture on the front of the box that you're trying to create. And I got no clear sense of what they're trying to accomplish or what they're even trying to make the promotion into. Sorry to monologue, but like the product just felt super light on identity to me. And like, hopefully that's an opportunity for like Yuzuki, Seri, Shino, because they're going to be great, obviously. I hope someone kind of grabs the promotion by the scruff of the neck, basically, and hammers it into something resembling a shape. Because I was quite, as I say, as someone who hasn't watched in a while, and like the last set of shows I was watching was the more triumphant stuff towards the end of last year. This just felt, like a real mess. Like it could use some kind of anchor, like a Hashimoto or something, where at least there's not even a sun in the center that they're all revolving around because they've not turned Miku into that. So I don't know. Anyway, that was my. That's a lot of thoughts, but that's what really struck me watching the show.
No,
honestly,
you're completely correct. Okay, you go, Tim, first. I got stuff I want to say in response.
I was just gonna say real quick. Honestly, the only thing that could do that is a new booker or a different booker. I don't think any talent coming in could turn it around for them, because I have no confidence that any other talent would be booked any more interesting or would be handled any differently than like Miku Aono was at the top. But I don't know, Eric.
No, I actually think you summarize it correctly. Like when you have Miku Ono, she is like a fresh feeling ace. And what I mean by that is like she came from Actress Girls. Like realistically, it's only like nerds like us that watch that promotion, right? That is not like a mainstream Joshi promotion whatsoever. So she's a fresh type of ace you can have. She is a new star you can build. So the fact that giving her a win over Atami is cool and all, but like go look at her booking from the past 6 months. Okay, I dare anyone to go look at her booking. She has been booked like a second-rate, like upper mid-carder when she's meant to be the ace of the promotion. She hasn't been presented that way. So when you fumble someone like Miku, you know there's a booking issue. That is the biggest, clearer indicator to me that the booking is part of the problem. And just go back on David's point about identity. That is also a better way to put it than I say, which is just bad booking, because I'm just tired of trying to explain it. So that is a more fresh take on it. They don't have an identity. They don't have storylines. It feels like a new promotion that hasn't figured out its vision, basically. And I don't know if Rossi-Ogawa is going to develop that vision or who's going to do that. But currently, they don't have a vision right now. They're just a collective of really good wrestlers. And that's not enough for a promotion.
Yes, I agree.
All right, let's get into it.
So, should we get into the show? Then we start off with the Lady AI fighting against Nagisa Tachibana. This was kind of there for me. I think it's kind of hard to really judge Lady AI, simply because like she's so fresh in the ring, but she has so much experience from training, I guess, that she's like this weird middle thing where like you can feel that she's still like, you can see that she has the fundamentals down really well, because obviously she's been like training for years and stuff, but like she still has to kind of get how to work a match in front of a crowd, I guess. I do think her selling is pretty good, like even through the mask. I do like her, and I do think she's good. I'm like carefully buying stocks in Lady AI. I always kind of like her when I see her, but it's so hard for me to really like grasp or like to compare her to other rookies, or like to really judge her on a normal curve, you know. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense to me. I think I mentioned it to you when I was like, hey, she looks pretty good. And then I remembered, wait, she's been training for like 14, well, however long Yuki Yamazaki was training for, and she debuted in June 2025. So then it kind of puts it into context. Okay, what should someone look like at this stage? It's just, you're right, it's just like a kind of weird contrast, I guess. Or yeah, there's like some weird thing going on there. But I like her too. I think she's good. Well, good try. I think she's good for her level of experience, which is 10 matches or whatever, right? so
Yeah.
I like her. Yeah.
I was a little less impressed, I'd say.
Hell yeah. That's what we
But
like to
it's
hear.
my first time seeing her, so it's like I might not even be like things have got better. I haven't noticed. It's like this is my like base level, and I've obviously probably already got in trouble for fashion based takes on this show. But I did starting with the aesthetic, I did find like the all the fluffy stuff and leg sleeves a bit bizarre given the kind of shinobi killer gimmick I guess she's going for. It seemed a bit stuck between Raver and Ninja to me, with also mismatched blues and kind of was it a powdered like high cut thong thing over bicycle shorts. I don't know. I thought
Yeah, that looks
I
weird.
thought Hanan would think this outfit looked confused, so that's kind of how I'd go with that. See the selling, I didn't mind. I really liked her battling to do like she was trying to do a shoot schoolgirl pin, which I don't think I've seen before. Or maybe Senka does that too. I don't know, but I thought that was really cool. I liked the determination there, but she did a lot of lying flat, screaming selling, and that isn't so much for me. But you know, as I say, it's my first time seeing her. She might get better, and this was a relatively short match. The one thing about the match I really didn't like was Nagisa hitting. I hate all natural selection type moves. I don't know what she calls her version of it, but I thought it looked really bad. And it also got that thing you really don't want, especially in a Japanese crowd, which is like this, like 3 people doing a golf clap but no one else joining in. So it felt extra depressing. But then she hit a nice double jump twisting crossbody, and that looked really nice. So you know, some balance there, some good and some bad.
That was good. Natural selection, that's the Charlotte move, right?
Yeah, like where you do a front flip while they're on their knees or they're crouching or something.
Okay, I know what you mean. Yeah. As for her gear, I think it's gotten better actually. Like you should have seen her in like her first match when the mask she has, right? It wasn't really fitting. So like every 10 seconds at least she had to readjust her mask, which was like really distracting. I think she got that refitted between now and then because she didn't seem to do that as much anymore in this match. So at least her mask fits better now. I think she's just from what I heard, I read this somewhere. She's a fan of like Hayabusa.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why she wanted to have this mask.
Wait, wasn't it Dookie?
But it's so.
Maybe it was Dookie. Actually, I don't know.
Yeah, she's a big Dookie fan.
It's a bit short, isn't it? Doesn't his drape down more like a bandana? A bandana worn around the face.
Yes.
Isn't his?
Yeah.
Yeah, bandana worn. That's what hers
Isn't
is.
hers like a ninja? I thought it was more like ninjury, for lack of better, like Hayabusa. Yeah.
I don't know.
But
you're right. It was
maybe.
Dookie. I'm stupid. Yeah.
I do know she's a fan of Dookie, but maybe she's changed her mask now to be more Hayabusa-y.
I think the mask style is more Hayabusa-y, but I also think that Dookie may have like modeled his a bit after Hayabusa in the first place. So.
Is it not Doki?
Maybe that's how I fumbled this up. But what?
Is it not Doki?
No, I call him Dookie.
Oh, okay. It's intentional.
I always say something in between.
Okay, so that's fine. Can I ask you a question, Tim, before we go on to the next match? What do you think of Nagisa selling?
Oh, Nagisa's selling.
Yeah.
I don't remember her selling at all in this match.
I only asked because
Or in general, honestly, I don't know. I have no opinion on Nagisa's selling, to be honest.
the only reason I asked is because I enjoyed your reviews last week, and her selling really reminded me of a certain someone. Now, what she did was take a really soft forearm, which obviously isn't her fault, to the chest, and then she sold it by running around and like bouncing on the spot, huffing and puffing. And I thought it was very CM Punk-esque. So,
Oh god, yeah, that's very possible.
But that's it. It's not a serious point, don't worry.
Okay, no, that's funny. Right, shall we move on? Second match, Maddie Morgan defeated Chiaki and Nao Ishikawa in a freeway. 6.5 minutes. I wasn't really locked into this, but I thought the finish was really funny. This was like fucking, I don't know. This was Rossi Brilliance, I guess. The big gaijin coming in and stacking his talent on top of each other and pinning both at once.
I didn't watch this. Funny. She stacked both of them?
She stacked both of them, then moonsaulted both of them and pinned both of them.
I've got written down the double pin is crazy work. And then has she beaten Rhea Seto question mark to ask you guys.
That is hilarious. Okay. So obviously Maddie is she's been geared up for a red belt challenge, but that is still hilarious.
Yeah, but this is Chiaki, right? She's the leader of Darkness Revolution. Yeah. She was the last big red belt challenger who just had this fucking crazy story arc that led to a hair versus title match that she lost. And now she's fucking getting completely geeked out like this in the second match of the card. It's just crazy work from Rossi. He's insane.
I do want to say, while I didn't watch this match, I do like Maddie. Like, I think apparently she's got WWE tryouts now, but I would, like I said, maybe last episode, I don't fucking remember, but she should start picking up better bookings, I think, when she's back in Europe, because I do think she's proved herself in this tour. And it's not like she's a stand-up worker, but I think she has good potential for someone of her level of experience. Like, we have to remember, she came from literally the middle of fucking nowhere in the UK, and hasn't worked anywhere notable. Like, literally, I don't recognize any of the indies she's worked. And she looks pretty good. I mean, she's only 18 as well, so yeah.
I would like to agree with cool. Eric's take that the north of England doesn't count, so it's small time.
Yeah, I don't fucking know what's going on up there, to be honest, half the time. I don't even know if it's a real place sometimes.
No one does. Well, we can ask Trish. Right?
Where does I was gonna ask, where does the north? What does the north mean? Like, is Manchester there?
No, it means north of the M25.
Yeah. If you're above London, like I feel like I'm in the north now in Oxford, to be honest.
Above London. Isn't Eric also above London? So you're in
I live in the north. I consider myself living in the north now.
Okay, that's crazy.
Did you have any takes, Tim, on the match before I go?
No, please. I was going to ask you if you had any. I gave my take. I thought the finish was fucking insane, but other than that, I have nothing really.
So I was just going to say, like Eric, it's my first time seeing... Oh, well, no, you've seen her before, but I mean, I hadn't seen her in the UK, even though I followed quite a few of the indies. So I was quite impressed with her athleticism and size and general level of composure. I think even when there was like hesitation, she kind of reacted really well to it and kind of continued wrestling in a confident way, didn't let it get to her. And I really liked that she was focused on working the crowd a lot, which a lot of rookies are kind of nervous to do. And I think that's a good thing to do if you're a foreigner in Japan, to kind of get them engaged in your work. The one thing I would say, though, is that she's one of those people that, like, from the gear down, she actually reminds me way more of an American wrestler. Like the size, the composure, doing the moonsaults. And that's not a bad thing, but I've seen so many people who have like this good size, good athleticism, can do a few key sequences, but have like a slightly mechanical rhythm. And they either develop really well, or you'll see them in 10 years' time and they're exactly the same. So you guys probably won't like this comparison, but the person she most reminded me of, and I felt they're almost identical at this stage, is Kiana James in NXT and then WWE. Who I think does have good potential, but again, so that's what I was thinking. So I found her hard to judge, but relatively impressive for her level. And then the finish completely took me by surprise. Oh, and the other note, I much prefer this look for Jackie with the short hair following the head shaving at the time.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I think she looks way
definitely.
better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree.
Isn't Kiana James like Julia's like caretaker or handler or something?
You mean the person who's soon to beat Julia because she's the real star?
Oh, oh my god! Come back home, Julia. We miss you.
Julia did a good job
you
with Tiffany.
speak for yourself. Yeah, but if you remember, like my first thought when I saw Maddie Morgan was immediately she's American, right? Like when Eric told me she was British, I was like, what? Because like she reminded me so much of the typical like American wrestler, just like you just said, essentially. That so yeah, couldn't agree more on that. Just the gear and everything, like how she wrestles, is very. I totally get what you mean there. Anyway, shall we move on to the Darkness Revolution 6-man tag team match against Hummingbird? So Darkness Revolution was Misa Matsui, Nagisa Nozaki, and Rhea Seto in this case. And they were up against Hummingbird, Komomo Minami, and Megaton. Do you guys have any thoughts on this one? First.
Didn't watch this one.
You didn't watch this one? David, did you watch this one?
I'm in Japan. My time is precious. I was not going to watch a Megaton 6-person tag.
Okay.
Yeah, I watched this one because again, I was quite intrigued to watch the whole show because I haven't seen these because I was coming on this show obviously, and because I haven't seen many of these people in a long time. First thing to note, well, one, she looked adorable wearing the headphones. I don't know if you saw my pre-show, but she was on color commentary, and even though Mayu, even though she was wearing the headphones correctly, they were covering both ears. They somehow looked so janky and awkward and perfectly Mayu. But on the less good front, I was disappointed to learn that Mayu finds Megaton absolutely hilarious. She was like dying throughout everything in this match, and I was dying.
They love her.
Yeah, I was dying in a different way.
That's just everyone, seemingly.
Everyone loves her. The roster, the crowd. She is like universally popular in Japan.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, just more general thoughts. I guess the people I was more interested in, so like, I was trying to think who I was most impressed by. I was, oh yeah, so for Komomo, I enjoyed her work. I thought she was the first person in the match to actually try and do some wrestling, which I greatly appreciated. I found her slightly overselling, slightly floppy arms, but like I prefer someone who's enthusiastic as a younger wrestler than being overly hesitant. So I enjoyed that. I was really excited to see Rhea Seto because I know you guys praise her a lot, and I didn't like her when I first watched her, so I was really hoping to see the improvement. But obviously, it's a Darkless Revolution match, so there wasn't that didn't help. So I found I like the intent behind the sequences her and Hummingbird tried to do, but I thought they were super cooperative in a way that I don't like. It really kind of takes away the competitive element, makes it a bit too hard to believe in a way, but I don't want to be too critical because they were like two of the people trying to actually wrestle in this match. And like they, as I say, they were trying something difficult and it looked cooperative. And then I can't remember who came in the ring after them, but they just fucked up a double big boot and then hesitated and panicked into like a really ropey looking cattle mutilation. So like, I shouldn't criticize them too much, but basically my conclusion was I would like to see that I'd like to see Komomo and Rhea in a different setting. Because I thought this match, thought this match sucked pretty hard, and I thought the layout. Whoever put this together, I don't think they know how to lay out six trios matches. I thought it was a real mess. So sorry to be so negative.
No,
you don't need to apologize for that, Hill.
Oh yeah, because like Misu's in this match, isn't she? And I think she's great, and I didn't think she got to look very good, or I didn't really get to feel like I even saw her wrestle, which is sad.
No, I don't think she did much. I basically skipped this. I had it on in the background, but I barely watched this one. Obviously, it's a Megaton and Hummingbird match. It's gonna be clunky. I did think the finish looked really cool. It was almost like a cattle decapitation type double arm lock from Rhea Seto on Hummingbird to get the win. I thought that ruled. But other than that, I have literally nothing because, like Eric said, it's kind of a Megaton match, you know. After that, we got the another 6-man, actually. Mai Sakurai. Natsumi Shosuki and Shino defeated Momoka Hanazono, Shoko Koshino, and Yuka Yamazaki. What about this one? Did you see this one, Eric?
Yeah, I liked this a lot because I love Momoka Hanazono. I think her Kazuki Hirata like gimmick of being weak as fuck is funny as hell. I actually love it, to be honest. That gimmick always pops me. And she's also got other stuff too. Like the crying, the kissing. I feel like she's just like an S plus tier comedy character. She just like ticks all the boxes for me. So, um, I there was like one spot where one guy is like she keeps on doing the body slams again and again, right?
Mhm.
And one guy is like yelling, Moikai, which means one more time. And she just keeps body slamming again and again. And I feel like it had to be improvised because like the way she kept getting tired, just to one fan just keep on, shouting that at the same time. Oh, it's just perfect. It is perfect. I think she's so good at what she does. And she's not a Marigold wrestler. I don't know. And this is what we talk about. Bring in independent wrestlers to freshen up the card. That's what this did. This was a great match. And it's because all of the Marigold wrestlers were playing off the independent wrestler, and I feel like that connection is really important. So, like my Sakurai crying as well popped me. That I thought that was perfect, and even Shino got to show off her comedy chops, which I was not expecting her to have. She had great facial expressions in this match, so good match for my DDT senses.
I did really like how Hanazono did the cover after the body slam spot with Shino. Where she just basically, she was so exhausted from doing the body slams, she just basically went to sleep on top of Shino to cover her. That was very funny. I totally agree. I really like Hanazono. I have a soft spot for her for sure. And I was kind of shocked that she didn't even win in her. Was that her first match in Marigold? Maybe not, but
it must be.
I thought they would treat their guest better and give them the win, but nope, apparently not. What did you think about this?
I'm going to be the real party pooper because I think I was so checked out after the last match, and I did say like my first note is like there's plenty of decent stuff in this match, but I kind of zoned out after the crying kneeling spot, which I do actually think is objectively funny, and I can see why everyone would enjoy that. But after the last match, I was just like, I'm not in the mood. Like I was really not in the mood after the previous match. And like literally, I've written here like I was checked out, and I was thinking, look, let's just get to my winning the match already, and then like she actually did pretty quickly, so that's fine. So I guess my overall view is decent. I felt checked out, and then it ended, so that's actually not a bad match at all. I'm just not as happy as you guys. But can I fire out all my hot takes now?
Sure.
How many hot takes you got?
I really had a lot. My notes for this show are insane. But it's mostly like they're not
Okay.
like I didn't do any match report. It's all like rambling thoughts. So I do want to hit you with one. Like I kind of think I think they need to get the world title onto Mai Sakurai, and like sooner rather than later.
My Sakurai?
Yeah, I think they should have a run through the tournament and win the belt, or win it sooner than that. Because I think this is my hot take. I think the promotion needs a champion that the promoter is actually invested in and who he wants to actively promote and push. And I think the whole product will be way more engaged, and he'll be more engaged if that's the case. Because I just get like watching this, I was just because I say that May thing just popped into my head the minute the match started, and I was just like, there are three things that Rossi's like clearly invested in, like pushing May, pushing Mai Sakurai, sorry, I say her name wrong, pushing Yuzuki, which is good. She'd be another choice. She's great, obviously, and then doing the Mayu Grand Slam. And like, I just feel like one of these stories needs to advance or ideally complete, so that the promotion can gain some momentum and actually start doing something again. And like, even if like I'm not a big Sakurai fan myself, I feel like if the promoter wants it and he's excited for it and he's going to be engaged in it, just fucking do it and have something happen. But so so I told you I was going to fire off some hot takes. There you go.
I mean, I actually don't disagree with that. I just want good storylines. I don't necessarily need my favorites pushed. Obviously, Miku Ono to me is by far the biggest star in this company. It's not even close. But if my Sakurai being red belt champion gets better storylines, that's a better outcome for me in terms of watching the product. So yeah, I kind of agree with you, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. From that lens, it makes perfect sense. I would hate my life if I had to watch my Sakurai red belt run, but I totally agree with like the general point you're making that obviously Rossi likes Mai Sakurai a lot, and that would probably make his booking better, maybe. And speaking of storylines, now that you mention it, maybe we have our first one, or our only one in the promotion right now coming up. Or did you have anything more to say on this 6-man?
Oh no, only that I thought it was really cute when Shizuki dropped her title belt. But that's it.
Oh, she did that?
Oh, she
okay.
On the entrance, yeah.
I kind of skipped entrances and stuff. Sorry. Didn't see that. But next up, we had Chicago Toe and Koki. Am I right? So this was cool. I thought this was cool. I as I just mentioned, maybe this is our only storyline right now in Marigold, is kind of like these two finding together through this match, I guess, in a way. I thought like the first part of this match, they kind of did like a mini version of Shuri and Utami in 2021. I think Rossi grabbed deep into his bag of booking ideas and went to this one where they had a time limit draw first, and then they both didn't want to stop fighting, I guess, and so they gave them an encore, I guess, where then Chikagoto finally defeated Kuki. And yeah, at first it seemed like really heated, but then after the second match, I guess, there was like a really sweet scene, I guess, in the ring where they made up and like cut promos to each other and looked like they found together. I don't know what their deal is now. Are they gonna tag? Probably they're gonna form a tag team or whatever. But it was a really kind of sweet scene at the end. I wasn't the biggest fan of the first part of the match, honestly. But I did think just Kuki and Chika aren't your best workers, unfortunately, on the roster. And I do think with Kuki, it's like such a sad thing in a way, because I think if she just got it a little bit, if she had like a little bit more explosiveness, athleticism, like snap or like power behind her moves, she could instantly be like a megastar, right? Because like her look is insane, her size is insane, she just looks perfect to be like one of the biggest stars in wrestling, but she just can't get there with her in-ring work, like not enough. And like people with a look like that can get away with being a lesser of a worker, but like she can't even reach that level for me, and that's just kind of too bad. Obviously she also came off a pretty bad injury, I guess. Maybe she just has to shake that. Who knows? I did think many injuries, yeah. Maybe she's just shot. I don't know. Maybe that's just it. I did think after the restart of the match, I liked it a lot, actually. It went only 3 more minutes, but those 3 minutes were like, they were both so exhausted but desperate and like put so much emotion into the second match, essentially. That stretch I really enjoyed. I thought that was really great, actually. But what did you guys think? Eric?
Well, I just wanted to add, like, the storyline. They are a tag team.
Yeah,
right? They're called Twin Towers, and that's
kind
of like this storyline started in January 2025, I think. When they had that match.
Okay. Wait, yeah, 2025?
Yeah, when they had the match, and Kuki got injured that was like her first major injury. It was like for the Noah GHC women's belt or something. They had a singles match on the Ota Award show in 2025. And Chika Goto was like, now I'm thriving, I'm having fun, and Kuki's struggling, and she asked Kuki if she actually wants to wrestle, because the whole idea is that Kuki has 2 separate careers, I guess. She does acting on the side and stuff like that, and she wants to pursue both. She doesn't want to give up one or the other. And then, in the press conference, Chika slapped her around the face. And so, yeah, this did have a storyline. Obviously, the storyline picked up again, like, a week before this show. But, it still had a built-in storyline from months ago, whatever. So,
to be fair,
yeah,
so to be fair, in my defense, that was when I didn't watch Marigold at all. Like, beginning of last year until, like, basically when we started doing the podcast, I kind of completely skipped Marigold. And that's when Cookie was already injured, so I never knew those two had history before, honestly. So that's on me. Maybe you can tell me now that I shouldn't be saying Marigold doesn't have any storylines if I don't even know that, but...
No, that is the one storyline. I think we have to give it to them here. Yeah. This did have an inbuilt storyline, and I think what you said with the 3-minute match as well. I think they pulled that off well. So I think we have to give them credit here for sure.
Yes, sorry, you can.
Yeah.
No, David. You.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I'll go. So oddly, it's funny we've got the reverse here because I did know they're a tag team because that's when I was watching more regularly. So, but the newer developments are more news to me. But anyway, I was going to say, so my general takes on this match, I really like Chika Goto's demeanor because it feels like it's changed a lot to me. She's carrying herself with much more of a big time main event fighter energy. But oddly, I thought since I last watched her connection with the crowd seemed to have dissipated substantially. But that might just be as you say, the crowd's become even more sleepy. I thought.
Wait, can I just? I think they killed her with that red belt challenge. I'm not going to lie.
I was going to say the exact same thing.
That was fucking booking terrorism. That was insane. How they said, if the crowd cheers, then we'll give you a red belt match, and then the crowd didn't cheer. And then it wasn't a red belt match. That is just fucking insane to do that to one of your performers. So she's good enough that she will get herself over again, but that definitely damaged her.
Oh, for sure. I do remember that. But as I say, I was mainly watching in little snippets, so I didn't actually see the angle. I probably heard about it from you guys. But that checks out with what I was experiencing watching this today. But as I say, they were, I think, similar to Tim, I thought they were going for a structure and kind of story beats of an intense war. So this was, to me, it was very I thought this was a super Goto coded match layout. I wouldn't if you told me, I know he obviously wasn't, but if you told me he's the agent, I would have believed you. I just thought that the execution, unfortunately, had a real softness and safeness to it, which is kind of Kookie's signature. But it's one of those things again where I feel like this kind of match, even where I thought it was kind of mediocre in terms of the action, would have not been a problem at all if the crowd had been going wild. And yeah, doing this match in what felt like a vacuum, I felt was tough. And again, I'm talking about the main body of the match rather than that end portion. So kind of ultimately what I'm saying is I guess I like what they had actually planned out. And this exact match layout performed by Hiroki Goto and Aaron Henare, I think would have been excellent. I'd probably given 4.5 stars or something. But for me, it was well-intentioned but subpar. And yeah, that's my kind of overall thought. But they did do some cool stuff. There was a sick clothesline off the top rope and some big knees up on splashes. But for balance, I've got a note here that says Kookie's cutter is trash. I can't remember it now because it was ages ago, but I must have really felt that because I've got that in all caps. But yeah, that's my synopsis of that one.
I did feel like after the first portion of the match, it felt very heated between the two. That's why I wouldn't even have put that together that they were already a tag team. They seemed really, they were going at each other's throats there. So that's really kind of surprising for me to hear, actually.
Well, which is part of the storyline, right? Chica's trying to fire up. The whole storyline is Cookie doesn't care about her or she's in a rut. This is literally canon that she can't wrestle well. And the whole point of this was Chica was gonna, fire her up. I don't know if that happened. Cookie's just white noise to me. She's not bad, she's not good, and she's just gonna stay at that level forever. So,
okay, yeah, probably. Yeah, anyway, this was cool. I quite liked this one. Next up, we had the British Empire Women's Title match. Seria Maoka.
Jesus Christ.
Is the new champion. She defeated Angel Hazy. Oh. I spoiled myself on this one because I'm dumb. Literally, I think 2 minutes before this match would have started, I randomly went on Twitter, and of course the very first post fucking spoiled the match for me. So I was kind of angry going into this, but you said Jesus Christ, Eric. What's your hot take on here?
I mean, okay, well, no, because last week I was like, Angel Hayes has like 5 titles, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I described the segment from Shinjuku Face, whatever it was, where she was deciding what titles to put on the line. Then Seri walks away, and then Angel has to call her back because she's like, "No, wait, I
Yeah.
haven't decided yet." And then she puts up one of them. I was like, "Why didn't you just put up all the titles? Like, you're obviously not losing one of your titles." And they actually did it, and I was like, "What?" Like, I don't even know what happens here. I assume that she wins it back before the end of her tour. I can't describe to you guys how unknown and how random this title is. I don't even know what promotion is British Empire Wrestling. So I don't know how they get the title off Sari, or if she's going to be appearing in, I don't know, Colchester or something. I don't know. I've got no idea what's going on.
I could actually think if I was like a British promoter of the, what did you say was the promotion?
I assume
Let
it's
me click
British
on
Empire
this.
Wrestling. I don't actually know that for a fact.
Uh,
Oh, that's
yeah, British Empire
a
Wrestling.
promotion I'd never tell my friends I was going to see.
That
Exactly.
sounds quite strange. It's only existed since 2015. If it was like a promotion from 1875 or whatever, maybe, but
We have a
Someone
lot of nostalgic people in our country.
yeah. So, but I could imagine like someone who founded their own promotion in 2015 and is like kind of has their finger on the pulse a bit and knows that Sari is a very, very popular person for people who like women's wrestling. I could imagine him just saying, or them just saying, yeah, put my belt on Sari for a bit. You know, like the Mercedes effect in like a little, in like a much lesser, to a much lesser
Yeah, for
degree,
sure.
but like smaller promotions wanting their belts on like very popular wrestlers is like something that I can understand. Yeah, even if she has it for the next like 6 months or whatever, and until the next Gaijin from BEW comes over to take it from her, or even if she just loses it like 12 days later. I don't know how long is Angel Hayes there. Maybe
I actually have
next
no idea.
month.
That's why I was wondering, is she just going to beat her in like a couple weeks or whatever? Actually,
Yeah.
it's going to be like another month, surely, because she's, spoilers, she's going to defend the title against Senka on May 23rd. So I assume Angel Hayes is going to be there a bit longer than that. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. But I would
Also,
be surprised if Sari Yamaoka takes like a clean pin for it in a title match like that. But I mean, Rossi doesn't care. Well, maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. I wouldn't do that with Sari, but whatever. Sorry.
The putting your belts on a popular person thing, it does work, right? Like, we're talking about the
Yes.
promotion, and also, with Mercedes, Winnipeg was one of the promotions that were like, they were like going hard at anyone complaining that they put the title on her, and they got like a lot of publicity from that. And
Mhm.
I'm not saying it was Mercedes, but they're selling out like arenas with 2,000 people and stuff like that. So
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
that strategy works. Like, I'm not putting it down to Mercedes, but just getting more buzz around a promotion so local people hear about the promotion and want to go to those shows. It absolutely works.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So about the match.
Sari's not going to
what did
be
you
in the
guys
UK,
think?
by the way. I just wanted to say that she is not
No,
going to
I don't
defend
think
that
so
in the UK.
either. Did you have any thoughts on the match?
Is that me? Or... Oh, go Eric.
I like Seri a lot. She's my kind of wrestler. She just kind of is. I thought it was a good match. There was nothing crazy. I thought there's just some moves that Seri does that I really, really love. Like the gut wrench, the double German into the Aoki clutch, I think is probably one of the best finishes in wrestling. That shit is fucking amazing. I also was spoiled. And if I wasn't spoiled, I think I would have popped huge for that finish, to be honest. So
Yes.
yeah, but no, I just like Sari a lot, but I thought this match wasn't anything crazy.
No, I agree, but yeah, I agree as a whole because like I thought this finish was sick. Actually, I would have popped huge for that. That made me even angrier that I spoiled myself just before watching this, because I really loved the finish. The match itself before that was kind of like there in a way, but I do agree Sari is very good. I wanted to ask you, does Sari have Ukrainian roots?
Because of the colors.
Ukraine? Oh, because of her colors?
Yeah. Kinda, but she also had the Japanese flag on one cheek, and she had like the stripes from her colors on the other cheek, but it looked very much like a Ukrainian flag in a way.
She might just be showing support, maybe.
Cheek, that's why.
Yeah, maybe she just doesn't like Russia.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was just supposed to be her two colors as like two stripes randomly in her face, or if it was a Ukrainian flag, because like it looked like so definitive next to the Japanese flag on her other cheek. It looked very much like a Ukrainian flag to me, but I think she usually has these stripes on her face, the blue and yellow one. So
yeah,
I don't know. She did have it in the right order though, so it was really like the Ukrainian flag. I don't know. It was just a question. David, what are your thoughts?
So I've got quite a few takes on this one, which is becoming a theme. I'll try and speed up. So Angel Hayes
That's why we have
immediately kind of became a favorite of mine, because there's like, I love Scottish accent, and there's like basically two.
Oh my god!
And one of them is like the soft, like Edinburgh style lilt that's kind of sweet and sexy, and then the other one is the one that's perfect for wrestling, which is the accent that sounds like you're stubbing out a cigarette on like a brutalist building. And I think that's the one she's got, and it's great. On a more serious note, watching her wrestle made me think that Athena's probably going to be sneakily one of the most influential female wrestlers of the next like decade, because I saw so many Athenaisms, mostly trying to make every strike high impact and fire slapping and everything, which is not something I'm big into, but I just watched it and I thought, oh, she loves Athena. And I bet there's a whole wave of women that will wrestle like this. Because I think for especially Western people who maybe watch less Japanese wrestling, she's probably is going to be the one you want to model yourself after, for good reason. And generally, I thought Angel was like very impressive in her ambition, and was like the execution is a bit beyond her maybe, but like she just about pulled everything off in the end, so I can't fault her. But I think it's good to have that ambition. I've got some Seri notes, but if you wanted to say anything about Angel, Eric, you can jump in.
Oh no, I was like kind of tuning out for the match just because I don't know, nothing majorly interesting was happening. And then she spoke, and I just whipped my head to my screen because she's got such a thick Scottish accent. It was like so jarring to me. No, I completely agree with you with the thigh slapping. I think that's a really common thing in like European indies. To be honest, I don't know if it's an Athena-ism or if it's just like a European thing.
I think it's like these big.
I think that's just an indie thing, actually.
I think Athena's got this like very anime, like wind up. Like I'm thinking about like forearm, like moves that you wouldn't expect a fire slap on all the time, like forearms and like corner moves. I don't know. Maybe watch out for it next time. I think she has a very distinct way of doing it. I do agree that in Europe we do it on every bloody move, which is very annoying. But I think there's like a mannerism style that Athena has. I think people are copying.
All right. Yeah, I had the exact same note. Like when Angel Hayes started shit talking her by like kicking Sari around the face, like her accent, it's so fucking thick. I started laughing. I wanted to ask you guys. Do they possess the ability to speak like people with like these big, thick Scottish accents? Can they speak like really the general normal English that like everyone understands, or is that like? Because I wonder how fucking hard it must be to go around in Japan if your English is that hard to understand. Like Japanese people generally have a hard time understanding the normal English language, you know. But if you have like this thick of an accent, that's almost like another language, right? I
would say that the UK is like one of our most famous attributes is that we have like an incredible variety of accents despite incredibly small geographic distance. But almost everyone can do. There's like received pronunciation, which is like the supposedly neutral accent, although people will say that's offensive idea. But most people, like even like if you like, I work in the courts. If I call Scottish court, they will have like a telephone voice that is more understandable. But that being said, a lot of people don't do it, and it's like I guess it's quite like a middle classy thing to be good doing the voice or to choose to do it a lot. And for example, I went on holiday to Brazil and stayed in a hostel, and there was like an American guy who was like asked us what language some people were speaking, and they were from Gloucester, which is in England. And he was like, and I had to tell him they're speaking English, and he's like, "What are they saying?" And I was like, "I don't have a fucking clue." And we'd been sitting with them for half an hour, so it can be tough for Brits sometimes.
That's crazy. Yeah. Any other thoughts on the match, though?
Yeah, just on Seri, I thought like I really love Seri. She's like my favorite rookie, but I would say she has like a bit of a confused everything at once moveset. But again, there's like worse things in life than being good at everything. And it made me think about the Seri v Senka debate a lot watching this one, because I do think that like Seri is, as I say, very good at everything. She likes to show off everything she can do all the time. And her presentation is kind of the same, as in the like she's a shooter and she's passion disciple and she's a happy baby face and she's a baddie all at the same time. Whereas Senka is like so locked in on one vision of herself, and her presentation all naturally flows in the same direction. It all self reinforces. So I think that's why a lot of people prefer Senka, because she's so well rooted as a character and act. But like, as I say, I don't mind that, but I do wonder if at some point Seri will like focus in on one way of being. But generally, aside from that, I thought her shoulder tackles in the corner are amazing. I always love that she's annoyed that her opponents don't just lose instantly. Like if you watch the early portions of the match, when people like kick out or just don't tap out, she's so angry about it, and that reminds me of Seri in a way. So I really like that. And one spot that I thought, does anyone other than her do this? Where you know when in Joshi wrestling, they always do that thing of like you run against the ropes, clothesline, you start running, the other person's running behind you, and they clothesline you on the other rope, right? You know, everyone does that. Does anyone ever than Seri just stop in the middle and hit them with a back elbow? Because I love that. I was like, finally someone's realized that this is what they always do.
That's kind of cool. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, watch out for it.
Yeah, I didn't pick up on that one.
Yeah, cool. I was just like, again, it's a bit like Sakashima breaking the rules of the unwritten rules, but I was just like, that's great. Everyone should do that. And the finish was
for sure.
And
the
finish is really good, right? It's like dodged head kick into locomotion suplex, and then shoot full Nelson. I thought that was sick.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that looked really good.
I'd like to see. Oh, and that was my other note. If I had a choice, if EO's coming in again, I'd like Seri to be the match.
Sure, that sounds sick. Actually, yeah. Why not? I feel like Rossi would have to push her at some point to do that, but maybe, yeah. Would be cool. After this, we had the big Marigold World title match.
Wait, we mentioned that she called out Senka after, right?
Oh. She may have done that, yes. That's what
she
you
did
just
call out
mentioned
Senka
earlier,
Katsuki
right?
for... Yeah, 23rd of May for the title. And I guess I just wanted to mention it again, because the feud kind of died off a bit, I guess, since December, since their Marvelous match, but I genuinely do still love them together. Like, obviously, the Hanori Hana Veni Celine triangle is like overtaken as my favorite feud, but Seri Senka is still like my second most favorite thing in wrestling, so I'm very much looking forward to that.
Right. That's going to be in Marigold, though, right?
Yeah, Marigold.
Okay. Cool. In the main event, Miku Aono went up against Utami Hayashishita. In the Marigold World title match, 23 minutes and 44 seconds, Miku won. You told us earlier that you loved the match, Eric. Do you want to go first here?
Okay. I did. I thought it was excellent. I did think the match was excellent. I like Utami's early stage of the matches, which maybe bores some people, but I like it when she does it. Maybe not as much as David likes it, because I think he's an Utami superfan, but like she keeps my attention during the holds and the struggle for control. I think the only time she hasn't done that is like during the first like 20 minutes of that Takumi match, right? I kind of like the story they told as well of Utami working over Miku's leg. Obviously, Miku's a well-known kicker, and especially like after she was like beating the fuck out of Utami with some leg kicks, and then that's when Utami started working the leg, kind of like that. Miku's selling of that I thought was fucking excellent. She couldn't be Irish whip, she couldn't lift Utami up. It was so good. Like she goes to lift Utami up again, and then she teases dropping her, but then she like deadlifts her back up for the body slam. Like, that's like such a fucking
that was my highlight of the match.
Yeah, it's like such a simple spot. Yeah, honestly, it might have been the spot of the match. It was so fucking good. It's just one of those tiny little details that show you how world class Miku Ono is. I think like legit like one of the best in the world. Obviously, I love when they crash into each other as well. They do that during like the preview tags. That's kind of their thing. Like ever since their feud last year, they just fucking run into each other and see how
Yeah.
hard they hit each other. Just dumb jock shit. I love that shit. It's like you know, they generate like so much fucking force doing it. Like you'd imagine like it's Daisuke Sekimoto or Ishii or something. It's just insane. Um, it didn't feel like it went 23 minutes as well, which is obviously a big plus for me. I love it when matches do that. And then I just need to mention the finish. I think Miku's Red Sensation finisher is an absolutely crazy finisher.
Sick.
I don't know what the
Mhm.
I don't know what the fuck it is and how she protects the person she is driving their head into the mat. I think it's my finisher of the year so far. It's just every time she uses it, it gets me. Atami got literally dropped on her head. She got spiked straight down, and it looked incredible. I don't even know why wrestlers agree to take that move. It's like, hey, I want to drop you on your head for my super finisher, and they're like, sure. It's just crazy. And Atami sold it perfectly. Like sold that and the loss. Like she was dead for like minutes on the ground afterwards. She was like, dizzy, unable to like, trying to gather her surroundings. I thought it was really fucking good.
Yeah, no. I did want to mention that I do agree with you on like the early goings of Utami matches. I did write, like my notes read like it's very clinical, but I do enjoy how clinical it is in a way, I guess. I am with you on that. No, I agree. I really like this match as well. I thought it reminded me a lot of obviously their last the big match at the what was the show called?
Grand Destiny.
Grand Destiny. Like just insane bombs throwing back and forth, just crazy high spot moves towards the end with like air raid crashes and random Tiger Driver kickouts and TK bombers and I don't know what else, Styles Clash kickout, all that jazz. I'm not as high on the running into each other. That kind of gets old for me pretty quick. If they do it like more than 2 or 3 times and they spent like a good 5 minutes only doing it felt like so. That was like the one part of the match that was kind of a downer for me. But other than that, I really like these two are just insane together. I don't know, if it's Utami selling or if it was Utami working in that Supro article we read a couple of weeks ago. But I kind of feel like whenever I watch Utami now, it just looks like everything hurts. Like everything she does in the ring has an impact on her. Like it fucking hurts her so bad. And I like almost cringe like watching her when she did like a top rope nothing at one point and just splattered on the mat. And I thought, I don't know, it looked like she was done with like living. Not just like wrestling or like this match. It was just like everything she does, everything she takes. It just looks like it hurts her tremendously. That's the feeling I get from watching her right now. And obviously that plays into like, I guess that's her goal in her selling that way and talking about it in Supro and stuff. But that's crazy to me. I don't know. What did you think, David?
Yeah, quite a lot of thoughts. So I'll start with agreeing with Eric. I really like the working over the leg. I actually thought for a time I thought she did it in a really disdainful way, like when she was kicking the leg and dropping on it, which isn't always her style. As you say, she's normally quite clinical. I thought she had a real distaste for Miku in this one, which I really enjoyed. And also she did like maybe she does this more often than I can remember, but she captured like Miku Ono's legs in the prison trap, but then slammed it down almost like a dragon screw. I thought that was awesome and creative. I don't think I'd seen that before. I've got quite a few macro points. I don't know where to go, but I personally kind of actually preferred this to their previous match because the other match, I can see why Tim liked it so much. I remember your review at the time. Like it was real like AJPW Kings Road style match, which actually now everyone will be booing at home. I'm not actually as into that style as other people. I do prefer New Japan's slightly more story heavy match layouts, as opposed to the pure, the kind of like vacuum feeling of like ultra striking, ultra hitting that AGPW had. But that's just me. And that's mine. And they're both very good. But I guess the way I'd say is I really enjoyed the match. My main criticism is like I think the story of this match was like Miku is like finally putting down this opponent who has incredible skills of like resilience and endurance, determination. That's like Utami's thing. But and they did tell that story obviously. But I think towards the end, Utami actually needed like one or two maybe like ultra dramatic rallies where you felt like she was rising from the dead and was going to like potentially like blow Miku away. Instead, like everything she did was really good, but it just always felt to me like Miku had it in hand and like she was just kicking her to death slowly with awesome kicks, like really awesome kicks. But I just felt like it would have been really nice if Utami had that Mayu zombie mode where you know like it's so convincing that she's going to survive everything and win. Whereas in this one, I just felt like she was doing the zombies and you couldn't kill her easily, but she wasn't presenting a threat, and I would have liked her to present a threat. I have some other thoughts, but that's any reaction to that?
Oh, fully agree.
Yeah, I agree with that. Totally. I especially the last point you made that in the end Utami seemed like she was just like, yes, as you said, that Miku was just kept kicking her closer to death, and it wasn't really like there wasn't much. It felt like Utami had lost at that point already. Yeah, I agree with that. For a while in the match, actually. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll hit you then with my slightly more hot take, which I think you've heard many times because we're in many Discords and things together, but probably the audience has never heard me say it, which is I do think as it's like Utami is still technically my favorite wrestler. Like people think it's Sai, but it is Utami. Because she's like the person I would most like to hang out with in real life. I know I have so many friends who would love her. But the point is, I do think she's like absolutely fundamentally failed in Marigold. Like I do think that she had to change up her act and stop being, as I say, the resilient work from underneath Utami of Stardom. Like because she's not in a promotion of world class killers. She is this like either the top or the second top act once Julia left. Like I felt like she had to take on that ace role and be the standard bearer and be like, as I say, like even in this match, like be a bloody dominant force for once. And like I just never felt she did. And like I think they needed her to be their Sari, not their Stardom Utami. Even though Stardom Utami is like the best wrestler in the world, in my opinion, at times. So that's my kind of hot take. Like it's a bit harsh to say someone's failed in their run, but like I really do think like she's not what they needed. But maybe if she doesn't want to be that, that's also really cool. I'm not telling someone what they need to be, but I think that's what the promotion needed more than what she gave them. Which, yeah, sorry, I'll stop being so harsh.
I mean, she said in Shupro that the article we covered, basically, it had a toll on her being the ace, and she just kind of wanted to take it tranquilo, was her own words, the quote. And you know, in that same article, she spoke about how upset she was about not receiving the New Year's award for like MVP, I believe it was. And at the time, we speculated about how much of that was like kayfabe, and I think we said we wouldn't be surprised if some parts of it were true. And she kind of repeated those comments after leaving. She did like an interview recently where she's repeated those comments. So it's kind of like that. It kind of makes me think that those were a shoot, that she was actually upset that she didn't get, and not as in like that's the single driver for her leaving, but she thinks about it like, oh, I worked so hard and I didn't get the MVP. In terms of like the style she worked, I much prefer her working the dominant style. Like the match against Mayu Iwatani recently, what was it, in April or March? I don't fucking remember when it was. I think she looks much better doing that. Yeah, I mean, maybe she did fail. It seems like she didn't. I don't know. It's kind of weird because she's upset that she didn't get the MVP, but then she also accepts that the toll was too big for her. So it's kind of. I mean, I guess those aren't mutually exclusive, but.
And you know, it's totally fine for her to like chill and like be beaten up. I'm not saying she has to work harder. I'm just saying like, I think you have to think. It's like I think like Stone Cold or someone is like good at making this point that like when you're in a certain role at a certain level, you have to look at your surroundings and maybe say, actually, yeah, I might be working at whatever speed I'm working at, but I'm going to take 70% this match now when I used to take 30%, take the offense. I mean, I think it's more that kind of thing I'm talking about. I'm not, as I say, if someone's beaten up and banged up and it's, you know, I'm not encouraging them to break their neck or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I have basically been saying this for the past 2 years whenever I reviewed an Utami match that I wish she would do that. So I totally agree with you on that point. Like, I said this over and over again that I I want to see the Utami who like beats other people up and not always the I work from underneath Utami, because she is a fucking beast too, like just physically, right? She has the size and the
unit.
power and the strength, and she should just be a more dominant force. I've always said this, and she did that so much in Marigold that I almost thought it was like a directive for her to just try and give the other people, the other wrestlers, as much as she possibly could before like hitting one move and winning in the end. So yeah, I've always been of that opinion. I don't know if she failed isn't a bit harsh of an overall like grading or whatever, but I completely agree that I would like to see a more powerful and dominating Utami, especially in a roster like Marigold.
Yeah, and as I say, I was being a bit hot take. Yeah, I was just putting it in a dramatic way. Obviously, failed is very harsh. She's been a very good performer the whole time and had many good matches. It's more just in that what do you call it? Yeah, ace role is a very particular role, isn't it? But I do have a Miku comment as well, but I don't know if it felt like Eric was going to come in there. So
Oh,
no, okay.
oh, I have one more Tommy thing. I've kind of realized that she feels like fine wine to me in two ways. First of all, the older I get, as in the more wrestling I watch, the more I like her. Um, like it's like my palate has been slowly refined to understand how great she is. I just feel like the more matches I watch, the more I just love her. So anyway, I did just want to finish saying that because obviously a lot of people say she's not as good as she was, blah blah blah. But I enjoy her more and more actually. I with the caveat that yes, I prefer she works on top, but still, I still like her more and more.
Yeah, as I say, I should clarify this always saying she's literally my favorite wrestler. Her style is my favorite
Oh
style.
yeah,
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
that.
and her selling I think is extraordinary, especially facial selling, and some and physical too. Anyway, the one because I'm yet again delaying the show. So the one Miku point I want to make was obviously a while ago, me and Eric at the big Marigold show had quite a fun debate based on me being a kind of macro watcher who just watches, who at the time was just watching big shows and trying to catch up where I could, and you being a micro watcher seeing everything. And obviously, I thought it was super obvious that the whole promotion was driven towards Miku winning because she won every previous step along the way and won the tournament. And like to me, it was like it was so obvious she was going to win the title from Utami. And you were like, no, you're following the actual story that's going on and reading the tea leaves. And you're like, no way. And I'm not coming on here to say, haha, I was right several months later for no reason. That's not my point at all. Because what you said made perfect sense too. But considering that was my view at the time, and I know we touched on it earlier, but it is so jarring how she reached the destination and then feels like a total afterthought with on a road to nowhere, even as she's beating Atami clean, like super clean. It still feels like that to me, and I kind of feel sorry for her, and that's sad.
That was exactly my point. Like she was getting all of these big wins, and they didn't feel like big wins. So I didn't think that they were going to belt her up. I don't know what the purpose of those big wins were when they don't treat them as big wins. And if you look at her challenges after winning the belt, I don't even want to like read them out. They're just like total filler defenses. And even this Atami match is because Atami's leaving. Like, who is she facing next for the red belt? Maddie Morgan. Like, you can't say that this is a promotion that is gearing Miko up to be their ace. Like that, it's just yeah.
But you know, if Rossi was,
I have
sorry,
said,
go on, Tim.
I've said this, I believe, on the Grand Destiny review. Like on the very show, she felt like an afterthought immediately after winning the big belt. So,
Tommy closed it out or something, right? Or was it Mayu?
No, it was Mayu. It was all about Mayu and EU. Like this
Yeah.
entire show basically felt like it was about Mayu and EU way more than anything about Miku Aono. And of course, like them two closed it out too and everything. So were the main event obviously over the red belt match, and yeah. That was my take immediately, and it was like a prophecy that just came true, that Miku was not treated as the main character of Marigold, even after winning the world title. Yeah, David, you had.
Oh, I was just going to say that obviously, if Sonny was here on Ross's behalf for balance, he would obviously say, "Well, come on, guys, look at her win-loss record. Look who she's beaten. It's incredible." Like,
Doesn't fucking
oh, I
matter.
know that's my point, but I'm just like they would argue, and maybe Marigold fans argue actually, like we're saying the vibes are bad and the direction's bad, but like on paper it looks really great. So I just wanted to notionally say the counter argument, which is she's technically one of the most protected acts in the whole scene, but it just doesn't feel like that at all.
I don't even
That's
know.
why
if,
I would. But that's why I would say she's not protected because it doesn't feel like that. Like when you protect a star, you're also protecting like their aura and all of that stuff. Like Miku just doesn't have that ace aura because they haven't tried to build it.
And I don't even know. I feel like whenever we review like house shows, or I look at like house show results, or like any kind of between her big red belt matches in red belt title matches in Korakuen or whatever, those often go on last. But like I feel like on regular shows, she most of the time is like in the semi-main or lower on the card, and then she's never really treated as the main event. That's like just I don't have any statistics on that or whatever, but that's just what it felt like to me the past couple of months, just looking at results and looking at show cards from Marigold. Like Miku was never the focal point. Like she's never in the main events. She's always like taking a backseat to something else going on. That's how it feels like to me. So I don't know.
If there's a house show and it's Mayu, Komomo, and Victoria teaming up, they will always main event over Miku, no matter what.
Yes.
There's like some wrestlers that will always main event over Miku. Obviously, Mayu Watani is one of them. Yeah, no, that's just that I don't have statistics, but that I think that is what is happening.
Which is kind of why.
Like if I could go back and do it, I'm pretty sure that would be the case.
No, but that's kind of why my point earlier about Sakurai is like it doesn't have to be her, obviously, but that's kind of why I like you need the win, like the obvious comparison, and this will get like I don't know if you have many diehard Marigold fans, but what would annoy them is like compare this.
We got rid of.
Yeah, I was going to say compare this to Sayaka's win. Like compare her title win to Sayaka's win, and the feeling and the aftermath. And obviously they might fumble the aftermath. Who knows? But like in terms of it being so definitive and so strong, and like you feel the destination, you feel the changing of the guard, all that kind of stuff. It's so different. And while I'm on the subject, apologies to everyone who for our failure to identify a paintbrush on the previous episode.
Yeah, that is what Grand Destiny should have been for Miku Ono's win. And as a big Miku fan, I didn't have that feeling at all, to be honest.
Absolutely.
It always felt like a token win. Like, that's just the feeling I had.
It wasn't even a main event. It took a step back to a showcase match. Like, I'm not going to start on that again.
I mean, they could fix it by potentially fix it by having a like completely like blow Mayu out, like what she did the final part, this match, the end of this match where Utami did nothing on offense. To do that, but with Mayu, that might work.
We're not going to do that.
No, I know.
Like, that's never going to happen. No.
Miku and Mayu have been leagues apart. Like, I don't even know if they've ever interacted with each other. I don't know if they know each other exists.
Yeah, that's crazy. Should we talk about Utami real quick? Obviously.
Yeah, well, I mean, what are we going to say about it?
Well, she announced that she is leaving Marigold. I believe the May 24th is her last date. Do I have
big shows on May 23rd. I don't know if she's doing shows after that, but yeah.
No, I meant the 23rd. Yeah, well, just your predictions. Where's she gonna go? Or what's she gonna do?
David?
Oh, I'm very bad because I don't follow I follow the stupid storyline news. I don't follow the news so well. Obviously the tempting thing is who was Saya's special opponent in her list of 15? Was that Utami? I don't know. Mm-hmm. But then she wouldn't say it before the announcement because they're funny about stuff like that normally. I don't know. She doesn't feel like she's gonna because she's got such a like this one of the reasons I like her. She's got such a like a low key chill energy. It's hard to imagine her wanting to do the Sari and Mirai thing. Like that feels like you need a lot of energy and get up and go, which obviously Utami has because she's an incredible performer. But like personality wise, I don't know if I see that for her, her wanting to do that, but maybe she does. So I don't know. I guess maybe something with Stardom, but I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how to predict this, I guess. I would like to see her in Stardom, I guess. That's my desire, but I don't know where she will actually go. Um, yeah, I feel like the only options really are Stardom or freelancing.
I agree. And I also agree with the... Sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to be a troll. I was going to say, I don't know if you watched NXT last night, but Shawn Michaels and Robert Stone had a real big sit-down meeting where they said they need to replace these talent losses. They need to bring in some big international stars. So, Utami would...
Oh,
they're using the firings as a story.
No, they're using everyone getting called up to the main roster.
Oh, okay.
Because but it turned out to be Evil and Will Cruz, I believe. I haven't actually watched the whole show, so but,
I heard of those two as well. Yeah,
and the fella from Noah as well, whose name is currently escaping me. I'm sure he'll be in soon.
Is that not Will Cruz?
No, Japanese. He signed a while ago.
I
can't. I forgot his name.
Remember his name right now either.
I don't know who you're talking about. There's a Noah guy that's going to WWE.
Was it Ulka?
That's it, yeah.
Wasn't Ulka, right? Ulka Sasaki. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But he's still contracted to Noah, right? He's not like full-time.
Yeah, but like the same way, not.
It's like an Inamura type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
also,
go on, Tim, what were you going to say?
What's Hiromu doing? He might be coming in as well. Yeah, I was gonna say pretty much the same as David, actually. I can't really imagine Utami as like the freelancer who's just hopping on every show like a Mirai does or whatever. And I do think she has a place in Stardom, and I do predict that she's gonna end up there sooner or later. I wouldn't be surprised if she's just taking a couple of months off too, though, and just, I don't know, tries to recover her body or recover. Yeah, whatever. Is that the right word? I'm not sure.
Recuperate, recover.
Just relax a bit, because I do think she's in pain and maybe just wants to chill for a bit and lay back, and then maybe towards the end of the year she's gonna join Stardom, maybe for the 5-star Grand Prix or whatever, but we'll see. I do actually kind of feel like Saya did hint at that with her 15th opponent. I didn't quite put it together last week. Obviously, the news of Utami wouldn't have been out there yet, but I could totally believe that Saya would have known about it when she said that. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually the hint. Yeah.
Can I conclude with two really silly notes on Marigold?
Sure.
One, in the post-match, I love that, because as you say, Utami was sounding like she was dead the whole time, but then she kind of, when it was obvious she had recovered, she then switched to a really sad plank, which I thought was hilarious. And then, I'm sorry, this is like a British thing, but like when Maddie came out for a promo, it's nothing against her, but I was like, I was cringing super hard, and I actually turned the show off. I don't even know if her content was bad. It was something about the context. I don't know. I had to turn the show off. So, oh man, I'm coming across like a real dickhead on this review, aren't I? Sorry.
That's all right. Was it the way she spoke? Was it her accent?
It's just.
Or what do you mean?
Uncanny valley is not the right word, but it's like seeing like a very weird forced British Rev Pro promo suddenly appear in Japan. I just didn't like it. I was just like, get away from here.
Okay.
Even though I like her, I liked her. I thought she had good potential. I like her. I like her being there. I just was like, please don't talk.
Okay. Yeah. With that said, we can, I think, close the book on Marigold for this week. We went a lot longer than I anticipated, but I think it was good to spend more time on Marigold this week when we usually don't do that. Just to get an overall like feel for the promotion right now. Tokyo Joshi Pro had a Shinjuku face show. This wasn't really much going on in the way of like, I don't know. I only watched 2 matches, but obviously we are gonna.
I feel like for everything else
Eric
we should just. I feel like for everything else we should just go through like big matches and maybe some live notes and not go through every single match. Otherwise, this is going to be like 4 hours.
I think the most important thing would just be to hear from your live experiences on these shows. I was gonna say we only talk about the show, I guess, because you were there live. I don't know if you would even cover this really, not match by match at least.
Otherwise. So I will just talk about stuff, and then because David, I know you made a lot of lovely notes and everything. So if you really want to say something, just interrupt me.
I will try and be far more selective. I appreciate I'm the one dragging the show out.
I didn't take notes on this show, but I watched some stuff from it.
But also, like what Tim said, like we don't, it was a big Marigold show. There was some big news, and we don't normally have the time to talk about Marigold that much because we spent 2 hours in Stardom. So,
so he spent 4 hours on Stardom.
Yeah, exactly. So, yes, I went to TJPW at Shinjuku Face, and I was late because I decided to go to the show last second when I got into my hotel quicker than I thought I did, because I landed... When did I land? I must have landed at like 6 o'clock and the show was at like 7. No, I must have landed at like 5:30 or something. And the show's at 7. So I went to my hotel and then... Because I flew into Haneda, which is closest to the city as well. It's actually much easier than Narita. Holy shit. I don't think I ever want to fly into Narita ever again in my life.
I have never done that, luckily.
Yeah, no.
Never had that
it took like 2 hours to get from Narita last time. Partly because we took the wrong train, but I mean, even the fast trains are kind of annoying. This is not the kind of show I guess I would care about much watching from home, but it was fun live, despite being exhausted from 24 hours of traveling. I only realized at the end of the show that Tetsuya Koda was like right next to me the whole time. I guess I just never looked up to my right because I had the seats that were right next to the entrance, like where the wrestlers come down, because those were like the only few seats left remaining, which are really good seats. But yes, I got in. I think I missed the first match. Was there like a Kira Summer match to begin with? I think there probably was, right?
Against Sakura.
Yeah, I definitely got no idea what happened there. I when I got to my seat, Himawari, Mihiro Kiyu, and Shino Suzuki against Mifu Ishida, Pom Harajuku, and Raku were already brawling, like right behind me. So, like, actually, the guy directing me to my seat had to kind of stop because they were like going up, they were like blocking the way to my seat when they were brawling. So, no, I just thought this was a fun match. I like bumping Gritters and Mifu quite a bit. I assume no one else has notes on this.
I have only notes on the top 2, so you can be relieved at home.
Okay, cool.
Same. Yes.
Yeah.
Same.
Only note on the Kamiyu versus Chicken and Ase match is Kamiyu's dropkick really is fucking great. It's just like she's just so her legs are so fucking long and gangly, and she just goes full force into the opponent. So that was cool. And then Mizuki and Utsukami versus Ren Kanatsu and Shion Kanzaki. I thought it was good. I can't tell if Mizuki nodded at me or not. She like looked in my direction and nodded. So I'm going to choose to believe that she did. I was sitting next to a salaryman. I assume everyone knows what a salaryman is. This was Friday after work, right? So they go from work straight to these shows. So they're like all in their suits. And he was like checking the football scores on his phone and stuff. And he was also Googling Mizuki during her match. It was just kind of funny. He just went into those Wikipedia deep dives you do, like that you just go into like what's it called? Like a rabbit hole, right? Mm-hmm. And he was just like, he ended up on Runo Ikube's Wikipedia, who's like an older TJPW wrestler. I don't know who that is. I'm sure someone listening, John DK, knows who that is. But it was just so funny to see him just keep clicking on different wrestlers. So Ren Kanatsu, I've already said I like her a lot, and even more so in person. She just kind of gets it. I feel like she's like the perfect TJPW wrestler engineered in a lab. That's what I think. So, and I'm going to need to sneeze, so I'll be a sec.
that was one of the best
Totally.
reviews ever. Reviewing this match via the Prism of that guy's Wikipedia deep dive. Excellent work. Only on this podcast.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, and this
I
is.
love. Oh no, go on.
I was just gonna say, if you needed more time, we could have actually started talking about the next match because we actually did watch that. But no, you go.
Oh, I was just going to say, I love sitting next to the Japanese fans and just sort of like observing them. They're just so interesting the way they engage with wrestling.
Hmm.
I told this story in my Dragon Gate live review when I was in January. Like the woman next to me was like watching the stream and like commenting in the chat while being there, and she was like so fucking into it. She was so anxious for her wrestlers to win. It's just kind of a different environment that I think is pretty much impossible to get in Europe and America now. Actually, to be honest, I do think it's impossible. It's just like way gone past
Hmm.
that. So.
I agree. Yeah, I had the same experiences before. It's awesome.
Yeah, then we had Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi versus Toga and Wakana Uehara. Rika Tatsumi pointed at me on her entrance, so that was cool, but I didn't get any good photos because I'm stupid. Yeah, I thought this was good. I don't actually have many notes on this. You guys?
I've just have
Do you want to go
Yeah,
first?
I just have a couple, which is one, I thought you could like tell how over and how much credibility Miyu has based on like how shocked the crowd were just seeing Toga shoulder tackle her or shoulder block her because there was like this big ooh, or I can't do it, the Japanese ooh, just for a shoulder tackle on someone. I thought that just really spoke to her credibility. And I do have to say there was like one really wacky spot where like one set of people were in a submission, but rather than breaking it up, they did like a chain submission, which I couldn't decide whether that was really fun or just a bit too goofy for me. But
Yeah,
I think in a different context, I'd have liked it because they were in quite an intense battle. Like Miyu and Toga, I think were having a really intense battle, and then the whoever broke it up
yeah.
did something really goofy. So I think I'd have liked the goofy spot in a different match. So
Yeah.
yeah, and then perhaps the one mean. Oh no, I'll do another nice comment. That team cutter finisher is sick. But the one mean comment is that after watching the other shows, Toga and Wakana seemed like super slow. Like because I think I watched like all of the big like Sendai, even Marigold and Stardom, kind of a lot of it in a row, and this seemed noticeably slower. No offense.
Yeah.
Well, Wakana, I would agree with. Toga is slow. I guess she's kind of meant to be like a power wrestler, I guess. Like her whole thing is her forearms, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. I do think I like Wakana better here. I like her wrestling with other wrestlers better than when she is in a team with Yuki. Honestly. And I was also I did really like Miyu and Toga going at it. I was surprised by how much Miyu actually gave Toga and
Yeah, it was great.
how strong Toga looked in the match, and that was cool. And yeah, it was a fun match.
Cool. Then we had Daisy Monkey, Arisa Endo, and Suzume versus Haru Kazushiro and Yuki Arai. So this is obviously preview tags because Arisa is facing Yuki Arai on the 4th of May, and Suzume is defending against Haru Kazushiro. I thought this was really good. This was kind of the match for me to decide whether I wanted to go to Pure J, because they got that's a same time slot on the 4th of May, and the Pure J match that I really want to see is Creo going after the title because I have unfinished business with Pure J and that title. But it just feels silly to miss out on that TJPW Korakuen Hall, especially when it's this preview tag was really really good. Like Suzume was so smooth, and I honestly think Arisendo is like an elite worker. Like like I don't
Yeah.
think she's maybe in the Miyu Watanabe Miyu Yamashita group, but I really don't think she's like far off. Like I think she could hang in any promotion easily. So
I was surprised how over she was. Like I felt like she was more popular in the room than Yuki Arai.
oh that's a fact. Yeah, I mean she is absurdly popular.
Yeah, that's true. I really liked the match as well. Like Suzume is just great. I loved the finishing stretch with her and Haru Kazushiro. Yeah, I completely agree with everything you just said. I'm looking forward to that Arisu Endo and Yuki Arai match. I wonder what they can do.
Yeah. I like Yuki a lot. I just feel like sometimes she doesn't know what she's doing next. So like there was like a really funny running like leg split or like a knee drop that she did. I don't even know what she was going for. Her selling, I still think is an issue as well. I think her selling is like really clunky. But I like her as a champion. I don't think like the champion always needs to be the best wrestler. I think that's kind of boring. So I like her being a champion. I just don't think she's figured out everything yet.
David?
Yeah, let's go from. So I did enjoy this match, especially Suzume, who I've not. When I say I'm not a big fan of Suzume, I don't mean I don't like her work. I just have not been, because I'm aware of how excited everyone is getting about her, and I haven't quite gotten on board yet. But I thought her fluidity was incredible, and as I said, especially after watching the previous match, which I enjoyed as well, mostly. I thought she had a really elegant flow to her work, real good pacing. It was just really refreshing. Even though there were like a couple of janky things, like I think there was like a double springboard spot that kind of ended up being like a double nothing, but fine, it still looked kind of cool. I think this is my first time like intensely watching Haru. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Yeah. Haru, yeah.
I love a look. But I didn't come away with like a huge impression, other than that, like, while her offense seemed a bit basic, I thought she was like pretty good at being in the right place for everyone else, and I thought she based really nicely for Suzume, which obviously helped to look super fluid. She does do which my favorite side does. She does a lot of the power down robot spot in between moves, which I think people should avoid. That's when like someone slumps forward, both arms flat, as if you press the button on the back of a robot, because they're just waiting for a move to happen to them. But yeah, I thought it was compelling, like watching Suzume run rings around her while she had these flashes of like precision and intensity and response. So I thought that was all really good. And as Eric mentioned, Arisa Endo seems pretty great to me. Now, I feel like I'm going to annoy everyone, but
Yuki, right?
Yeah, and I know there's that lovely.
I don't think she was great in this match. I'll be honest. I think she had a lot of sloppy moments.
But thing is, I've got a big compliment for her, but I feel like the people who very justly like her, 'cause she's a big star, are going to hate my compliment. So I'll start with the negative, which is I was super not impressed with the boots drop kick, the knee drop or split, as you described it. I thought it looked bad. I thought it was, in fact, always like a terrible hot tag. I thought the match got worse after hot tag, and that almost, hot tag's American, but you know what I mean? The big star coming into the match. That's not normally what happened. I thought she had like a generally confused scarecrow-like energy, and I don't like her rope running. So, I'm such a bitch. Right, let's get
messy bitch.
Let's get to my positive, which is probably going to be more of a negative, because watching her, there was someone that she so strongly reminded me of, because obviously she's got this huge star quality. She's definitely a compelling character, but I find her like striking super soft, her selling not necessarily bad, maybe bad, but very over the top, and her rope running goofy as hell with wonky execution. So who do you think she reminds me of?
Becky?
I actually don't know.
Early 2000s John Cena? But less robot.
Okay, that's...
Oh my God.
So
we've just lost like 24 viewers.
You could have given me like 1,000 chances, and I would have never said
I would have also accepted old CM Punk. But
oh my God.
But my point is that this is someone who's obviously a star and obviously has like a huge trait of characteristics as why she's champion. I think those are obvious, but I just think all of the execution is super janky, and that's just what it reminded me of. It's like, here's someone who like should be here, but they're so fucking clumsy. And then my head was like, that's John Cena. But not a robot. John Cena's like a block man. She's like a live person. Live as in TH. But yeah, I should shut up, because as I say, I'm probably I was killing your viewership with every second.
I mean, we're going to be demonetized for this.
And there's that there's that lovely fella in your Discord. Yuki's his favorite. Oh dear, he's not going to talk to me again. But my only other note was, I thought the first ringer bell they did was really so super sick. I think it's like more of a counter one, so I'd have preferred that to be the finish in the second one. But that's arbitrary, because they were both good.
Right. I thought so too. I love the Ringer buzz. I was surprised actually that Suzume got the finish here. I thought it was gonna be between Yorisu and Yuki, but I was positively surprised by that. Either way, do we have any more notes from the live experience, Eric? Did you do anything after the match? Or?
Let's see. No. Oh man, this is my obviously. I'm back in Shinjuku, right? Shinjuku Face is closing again. I'm gonna be there in a few days, but Shinjuku is the most fucking gaijin heavy area I have ever met. It is insane. I think there's more gaijin than the Japanese people.
No, Roppongi.
I feel like especially like when it's more summertime. So
I was just gonna say.
Yes. In some what?
Oh no, I was just going to say, I think Roppongi might rival it because that's got all the nightclubs that are like gaijin friendly and don't put up the signs to discourage you.
I've never been.
It's got like nice art galleries and stuff, but it's
Roppongi is cool. Yeah, I've only been to the art galleries, not the clubs.
I love that art gallery on the top floor, and you can do sky view at the same time. That's great. I saw a really great Arabic art exhibition there.
I was there.
It was like an Arabic art, so it was like how oil had corrupt.
Arabic.
Yeah, it was like but it was with Japanese lens as well. But it was like how oil had basically corrupted their entire. Anyway, I'm not going to go into a big art speech, but it was very cool.
I saw a very cool Keith Haring exhibition up there. That was awesome. Anyway, sorry, Eric.
Yeah, anyway, sorry. That was it. I'm not a fan of Shinjuku. I know other people like it. Not my favorite place in Tokyo. And I love Tokyo is fucking incredible, by the way. I just want to repeat what my wife said, which is you think it's going to be one of those like really suffocating metro cities like London, for example, and you go to Tokyo and some roads, unlike not Shinjuku, but some roads are like completely empty. There's like it's so big that you can be in a really kind of like almost in the center of the city, and some streets are just empty. So you get suburb vibes while being quite central as well. It's really hard to explain. It's just a really cool city, and obviously the fucking transport is incredible. Like, it's actually embarrassing that the UK has the transport it does. I don't know.
I know, Eric, you're not a big into walking and hiking and stuff, but I do agree about Tokyo. So last time I was there, my sister was doing some big like contract negotiation thing, so I had a day by myself. So I decided to walk to the Yayoi Kasama museum. She's a Japanese artist. And so I just walked from the center all the way, like super out into the suburbs. And it was like, as you say, you get away from certain streets and it's like, so like, not peaceful. It's not quite right for the city, but it has got like a relaxing vibe, which is not a city trait. Unfortunately, when I got to the museum, a very stylish Japanese woman told me that it's a 2-year waiting list to go in, and I had to then walk home.
2 years?
Yeah, it's
for a museum, for art gallery.
Yeah. It was. But it might have been new then, but it's probably more established.
Yeah, it's just so spread out the city, so that's I don't know. But
and I guess actually I'll get to it later. I don't need to talk about it now because it's part of today's shows. All right, let's move on. What's next? Oh, technically it's the Indie Zone, isn't it?
It is the Indie Zone.
Indie Zone.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to Tim. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as Tony Storm. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and whatever AJ Styles believes in. And it lies behind the pit of man's fears and the summit of Eric's knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area we call the Indie Zone.
Okay, so I actually think I am going to skip the 19th of April Sendai Girl show, unless anyone has any objections.
No, that's fine to me.
Okay, the only thing I wanted to mention is Mika Iwata getting pinned in the semi-main event, and she's teaming with Chi-Chi. I don't know why Chi-Chi just can't take the pin. Though.
Oh yeah,
that was just.
That's my note too. I was
crazy.
Shocked. Not
like why?
I didn't see the semi-main event. That's the one match I didn't watch, but that's crazy.
Well, and also they're against the tag champions, so like why? I just don't get it. And I guess this goes back to discussion. Why I wanted to bring it up is because I think in some discords it's been talking about like Sendai Girls booking. Does it matter? Does it not matter? For me, it matters a lot. I struggle to get into red energy matches because of stuff like this. I just do. I don't care about the result because I know it's not going to mean anything in the end. And maybe that's why the Hashimoto Iwata match works so well. So I guess it can have some payoff. But for red energy matches, I just stopped caring, even though I know the wrestling I'm watching is good. So,
Should we? Because I know you skipped the news this week. Is Chi-Chi signed for Marigold, or is she just filling in?
I don't know. I think she's just getting booked. I think she's just a freelancer. She might get signed. I guess a random tidbit is I was at the Evo show today, and she was talking with a fan. I was in the queue for Ayame Sasamura, and she was talking to Chi-Chi was next to Ayame talking to a fan, and I heard her mention Marigold a few times. I don't know what she said, but she was talking about Marigold to the fan. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if she signs there, but like what we said when she left, when me and Tim covered it, was she just wants to go to America. So she's going to do whatever route gets her there quickest, which is Stardom or Marigold. So there you go.
Makes sense.
Damn. Yeah.
Cool. 25th. So on the 25th of April, Sendai Girls were at Shinkiba First Ring, and I was there. I guess the first note, this was my first time at Shinkiba, so it's really way out. It's the last stop on the Eurocatch line, I believe. But it's not that bad to get to as I thought it was going to be. It was way better than I thought it was going to be. It is basically just a warehouse. I was surprised.
It's like right around the corner from the train station, right?
Exactly. And it's way smaller than I thought it was, though.
Really?
On camera, like the field of view or whatever makes everything seem bigger, but when you're actually there, it's like all packed in. There's like no space whatsoever. Like my foot was on the mats that they have next to the ring, and there was nowhere else for my feet to go. So I had to like shuffle when wrestlers were walking around. The seconds, so there was one trainee. Tim, you probably know because you've watched the documentary. I don't know how many trainees they have. This one was very young, and I don't think she's like the Momo Banana. What was it? The Banana the Second is one of them's called. I don't think it was her, but anyway, really young trainee. She knocked into me a few times. Just like that's how close you are to the ring. So I guess that did surprise me.
But I haven't.
Yeah, Remy was the. Oh, go on.
I haven't watched the last 2 or 3 episodes, but there's not really any trainees in the regular cast, I guess, of the documentary. It's all about the main roster members, so I have no idea about the trainees, honestly.
Yeah, I stopped keeping track of trainees as well. Yeah, Remy was there, who's our mutual friend for all 3 of us. This one shocked me because I did not know he was going to be there, and he just randomly walked up to me in the intermission and scared the fuck out of me. So I was literally jump scared. So that was fun. Yuna and the young trainee were taking the ring down very fast, just like in the documentary. I guess it was just kind of cool seeing that in person. These are just like ad hoc notes, not anything on the match. I met Miku, which the meet and greets are they're very quick. So you kind of have to pick who you're going to meet. I didn't notice that until this show, actually. Since I've been doing them more and more, I kind of realized, okay, you have to get in line of who you want to definitely meet. Because Miku had a really long queue. And by the time I got Miku's portrait and stuff like that and spoke to her, everyone else was gone. So I didn't get to see Hashimoto, who I wanted to talk to, and Spike Nishimura, obviously, who I wanted to talk to, which is kind of sad, but I'm happy I met Miku at least. And yeah, I guess the craziest story is after the show. So I was quite hungry, and I went to the closest yakiniku place for lunch, and Maika Satomura just walks in with the ring announcer. I think he's the ring announcer. And I wasn't expecting that. And not only that, she sits on the table next to me. And I know that she recognizes me because I shook her hand like half an hour ago because she shakes everyone's hands when they're leaving the building. And I did not bother her because that is a no-no. That's a red line. You do not bother someone while they're having lunch at all. I didn't even look in her direction. I was not going to do that. But when I was leaving, I did look at her. I didn't even do anything. I just looked at her and she waved at me. So I was like, oh, okay. So then I just waved back at her. But it's just kind of crazy to have, one of the greatest of all time just eating yakiniku next to you. So, fun story.
That's sick. Awesome. Should
All
we
right,
get? Oh, you
yeah,
go.
let's get into the show.
It's your indie zone. I'm sorry. I was gonna take the lead here, but no, you please. Let's go through.
Okay, you can if you want to.
No, it's all right.
Okay. Yuna versus Zones. So, yeah, Yuna looked right at me, and then my heart melted. She's such a sweetheart, isn't she?
Yeah,
She's
for sure.
She's definitely most improved as well. I thought she was really good in this match, but she's just like radiating positive energy. It feels like she could cure depression, which is a great story considering her background. Her goal is to bring a lot of happiness to people because wrestling brought happiness to her. So, yeah, I like this match.
Yeah, I guess I hope we're not back to like Yuna just losing every match, because she was in quite a run recently. I felt like she took quite a lot of wins, and now she's just lost 2 openers back to back again. So, like you said, I guess Sendai Girl's booking is just
Sendai Girl's booking, yeah,
non-consequential in any way. So it's just whatever. It's just a coin flip, I guess. Yeah. Stephanie Mays, she's incredibly German. Can I say that?
You jump like 3 matches, haven't you? But not that I disagree.
Wait, I didn't know. Was she like shouting as a second here? I didn't even notice.
No, it's just her. When you look at someone, you can just tell, like, because you've seen like German people all your life. You can just from her demeanor, from her mannerisms, from her movements. Even I don't know how to really say it, but like I could immediately tell. Her entrance music, I think, is bad. I don't.
Oh, that's one of my main notes. Just.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry.
You can go off on it
when we get to a match, I'm going off on it. Don't worry.
Okay. I mean, we are on a match, but other than that, I quite like her. I think what she did here a bit.
Are you talking about Stephanie Mays right now?
She's on match 3, man.
Oh my god, I'm on the fucking April 19 notes. I'm such an idiot.
I'm so glad you have the same. Your notes are the same as mine. I'm so pleased.
She was the Yuna match, the Yuna Open in the April 14 show. That's 19 show.
Oh, I see.
And I had my notes open for that one.
That's funny.
I'm an idiot. Obviously, it was the Zones match here. Zones. Which was also cool. Which was the better match of the 2, I thought.
I agree.
I thought this was actually kind of a banger, the Zones match.
It was solid, yeah, for sure. I liked it, yeah.
Yeah, Zones is just really strong, and I don't know. I'm kind of out of it right now. I lost my. I gave it over to David. I like this match.
That's right. I had to also, when Eric said skip, scroll down like 100 pages for Sendai notes. So I found one, so I'm on the right batch. But so for like Yuna, I would say I still find her a very weird wrestler, because I was like never down on her. Like I know at the beginning of this podcast you are not big Yuna fans, but I kind of was. But I do think there's still a strange flatness to her matches, and I don't quite know what it is. But I like her matches, but I don't know what that eerie feeling is. Zones did something really cool. If she does this in every match, I just don't see it, tell me. But like she did like a flying elbow drop to the knee to set up a trap leg guillotine. I just thought that was fucking awesome.
That was sick,
yeah. And then I will say again, for Yuna being a bit of a weird act, I thought at the finish she was completely bizarre, because I thought she went from no selling the submission to then just for like quite a while to then just frantically tapping. And I was just like, okay, that's a choice. Like, but it's Yuna, so we love her.
I did actually think Yuna's selling before that was quite good. Like Zones worked over her leg, as you already like alluded to. And Yuna kept like, during her running, she started selling her leg, which looked very realistic and very like she actually hurt her leg, like the way she stumbled every second step while she ran from one corner to another, for example. That was something that really like I noticed positively about Yuna selling in this match. The finish one, I don't really have that. In my mind right now, like that.
That's all right, but
in my inner eye or whatever. What you just mentioned, I didn't really see that, but that sounds kind of funny.
But that's fine, because your point actually kind of reinforces what I was saying, actually, because I agree. I thought her selling was quite good in the match, but then for the big ending, she just kind of stopped she went completely impassive.
Yeah,
so that's why it stuck out to me.
Right. Eric?
What's up?
You reviewed it already.
Did you already talk about this? Oh my god.
I don't know. Well, because with these live reports, I'm not writing down moves or stuff like that because I don't want to be on my phone talking about like typing that out. So I normally just do like really like cliff note how I felt. So I don't have any notes like that.
Okay.
Which is why we brought
then.
David on as well, so you two could talk about it.
But I do all vibes notes and no details.
Should I go through the show then? We had Red Energy then. Mikai Iwata and Miyuki Takase, they defeated Miku Kanai and Vanny in about 11 and a half minutes. Do you have any thoughts on this one?
It's fucking awesome. Obviously, you know I love this match. I was very into this. I think one of the first things I noticed is Mika Iwata's kicks. I know they sound really great on stream. They are actually real. Like they are fucking stiff. Like I was trying to see if she's like doing any thigh slapping or anything like that, and she's not. I know she's like obviously wearing a kick pad, but she is kicking really fucking hard. So that was that popped me. Iwata and Venny, just whenever they wrestle, always makes me happy. I thought they were great in this match together. There were like little moments where like Mika Iwata just went down to sit down next to me to recover. I think she chose me specifically to sit down next to, so I very much appreciate that. Miku was great. Like, I just feel like, I mean, Miku's just we know this. Miku's a great wrestler. Like, fundamentals, she can do a lot of cool shit. She's a good seller. She's just good at everything. She's like really well rounded now. But yeah, really good chemistry between everyone. Really fun match. Crowd got very into it. I like this a lot.
I liked at the very start, even when they did the handshake thing, and Venny was just too cool to give anyone a handshake, and Takase just walked into the corner and just demanded this handshake from Venny. It was very funny. I don't know if that was your corner. You were quite close to.
No, I was on the opposite corner.
Oh, okay. I thought that was during that one picture you took. That's the amazing one. I thought that was during the entrances when he was in her corner, but apparently not.
No, that was on 0-1.
Oh, I thought this was Sendai. Huh. Okay. Anyway.
I was going to say, if it's my turn, I absolutely love this match. I thought it was fantastic. I love Miku's forever dropkick spot at the start. I thought it was like great veteran underdog stuff, and I love that Takase was her chest was visibly going red on camera, but she was still no selling it, and then just body slams her. And I thought this was like full Murder Cat in full effect. So like trying to fight through Iwata's kicks by just hissing at her. I thought that was so cool. And also I don't actually, it's probably got a name that I don't know, but I love Iwata's inverted capo kick, but I much prefer when she just runs straight at you and does it rather than the top rope one. Top rope one's really cool too, but she just murdered Venny with it. Mm-hmm. But like my notes for this are so stupid. I've just got like, this is why I fucking love Sendai girls. Iwata and Venny just kicking the shit out of each other. That's like, that's my commentary.
Yeah. Okay. I do have to say, I said earlier about my red energy thing. That doesn't mean I don't enjoy their matches. Okay? This was fucking awesome. Like they do have awesome matches. They're like literally one of the best tag teams in the world. But that's obviously why I care about the booking. But yeah, this is a great example of how good they are.
And my absolute favorite spot in this match is a really silly one. So Takase is chopping the crap out of Miku, I believe, oh, hang on. Which way around is it? Yeah. I think I have Miku. And Miku is not resisting whatsoever. She's getting chopped into oblivion. But for no reason, Iwata just strolls across the ring and decides to grab Miku by the back of her hair and pull her hair and hold her in place. For chop, she wasn't escaping anywhere. I just thought it was such great bully energy. Other than that, I loved it. My only other note is that I know she wears it a fair bit, but I love this Veni gear because it's so seedy. It's like an old lady's floral lace top, but obviously in black,
It's
with
beautiful.
no skirt, and then absolute filth. One full leg of tights and one non-tights, which just looks like which gives the visual effect of having a giant ladder on one side of your tights, which is, I don't know, great look, very cunty, obviously.
Amazing. No, I don't really have much to add, actually. It was a really great match. I do like these. I feel like, especially in these matches lately when she's going up against like Iwata and stuff, Miku is really going back to her roots again, where she was just a little ball of babyface energy, a little ball of a little just there to be bullied by mean people and to sell for them. I really like them. So
now it's time.
One thing I thought maybe my favorite match was maybe when Mika Iwata put Miku in like a label lock in like the Danielson style one, and when he just walked over her and kicked her in the head like really hard. It was so sick. Man, Mika and Vanny kicking each other is just a thing of legends, I guess. Amazing stuff. And when Mika had Miku in the ropes at one point, and she's just sat on her. She started choking her with her boot, like through the bottom rope as you do. And then after a while, she just sat on her for a while until the ref finally counted her out. Like that, these little bully spots, that it's just amazing. It's just very good. Miku is perfect for those. Either way, we move on to the tag team champions, Manami and Ryo Mitsunami. They defeated Spike Nishimura and Stephanie Mays. This was a non-title match, I think, right? Doesn't say here. Yeah. Yes, this is the Stephanie Mays match. I was a bit too early on my comments earlier, but you can go back to the beginning of the show review if you want to hear my bigger thoughts about her. I did want to say this is not necessarily I didn't necessarily mean to shit on her when I say that she's very German to me. It's just like what it is, you know.
No, but
that's just a description of her mannerisms, I guess.
But it's something that does affect you, right? Because like this is when we've discussed Callum Newman. I have a bar for him that's a bit lower because he's like every work experience kid at work I've ever seen. So, but that's a British thing, right? Like Americans might not see that. And like Will Cruz looks like, oh God, this is maybe a bit too insulting. He's like the guy, I really like Will Cruz. I think he's awesome, but he's like the guy who, if you go to the fair and you want to go on any of the rides, he's like operating the ride basically in the UK. So it's like when you have such an association with someone, like that's such a British look, or like you're saying such a German look, it does put you in a different mind space because you're like, I don't know, like picturing them in an office or in a certain type of job or something.
She did convince me a lot more in this match than she did in the previous one on the 19th, I have to say. Especially like her mannerisms kind of eased up on this one. Like in the 19th, it was very strong for me, like this German vibe she gave off to me. In this one, it was less so because Ryo Mitsunami kind of chopped it out of her, maybe because like she sold these chops in a very funny way, I thought. Like not funny in a bad sense, but like I thought Stephanie Mays' selling for Aniki here was kind of great. I really enjoyed watching it. And usually I fast forward through the chopping spot. But I wanted to watch this one specifically to see like how Mays would react to it, but she did very well here. And not German at all. Like her selling for those chops wasn't German at all. I have to say that. And she actually
what the fuck does that mean?
I thought it was very funny in a way Germans usually aren't funny. Does that make sense?
You're a funny German.
Okay.
You think? Yeah, but I have a lot more of a dry humor.
True.
That was maybe, I don't know. And she got her chest destroyed too by those chops. That was crazy. I saw pictures afterwards. She Aniki destroyed.
Oh, she
her.
was fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. I think Maze, that was especially the case in the 19th match against Yuna. She does a bit like the typical NXT face thing. Do you know what I mean? After like someone kicks out from whatever she did or whatever. That's like the major negative I have on her so far in Sendai. Other than that, I think she really is starting to put it together. I think she needed a couple of matches. But she's gaining confidence in there, and I feel like she's doing well, just like Spike. What are your thoughts on the match, Eric? How was it live?
I was trying to figure out if there was technology invented to fast forward real life, and there wasn't. I think she did this to rib me because she was also on the same show in the evening. So 2 shows I had to sit through. The 5-minute chops. I mean, obviously, when you're there live, you're just doing the claps, and I got bored of clapping, to be honest. So I think I gave up like 20 chops in or something. Yeah, and then I think you didn't mention that Spike did 51 lariats as well, so she did get her own back. I don't have any other notes on this match.
Oh, you've just given me a trauma memory because because obviously I was reviewing these 2 shows, and like Tim a minute ago, I got them muddled up multiple times, and I was watching this match on the train, and having previously forgotten that I'd already watched it. So I'd watched the chops in the first 19th match, I watched the chops in this match, then I watched the chops on the train, went to make notes, realised I'd watched the match already, and then, but not seen the finish, so I tried to skip ahead, but I was on the train, so the Wi-Fi was terrible, so it skipped back to the start of the chops. So, oh god, it was torture. But
That's like a good torture device.
Yes. But I'll be remiss. I have to, because it was my main point from the previous review, which we skipped, and I have to support Tim 100%. And they didn't play it on this match, so that's why we've got to bring it up. Stephanie's music is a crime against humanity. It is the worst.
It's awful.
It is the worst, totally arse post-metal rap, workout rap. I hate this genre of music.
Yes.
And I apologize to anyone who does. And fuck it. Tim's already insulted them, so I don't have to be nice. Fuck this music. It felt like the 1000th attempt to remake that bloody. Do you know the song "Remember My Name" by Mike Shinoda's group from Linkin Park?
Yeah.
It's like that fucking. It's 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will. Just go fuck yourself. No, get out. So it's the worst genre. Pitbull's better than this. Right.
It is the most prototypical like tough guy MMA workout music, right?
Yes.
It's so.
But they
terrible.
listen to it unironically. That's what's amazing. I believe.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But I should talk about the match a little. I thought Stephanie's selling and bumping was generally quite good, and I'm amazed at Manami's, especially since I watched it 4 times. Manami's enthusiasm for the chop sequence, the fact that like she's a tag partner, she doesn't chill out, she plays along the whole time. So I'm quite impressed that she's not got Stockholm. I guess maybe she does have Stockholm syndrome. But I actually quite like the match.
You know what? A note on that, like. The seconds at ringside are really fun during the chops as well. So that did make it more bearable for me this time. Like, Yuna is a ball of energy ringside. She's reacting literally the entire time. I've actually noticed this in Japan. The seconds are, like, in acting mode 24/7. And they really want you to buy in that what you're seeing is real. Like, they're, like, saying stuff under their breath, like, kick out, like, kaisa, kaisa. Like, they're not saying it loudly. They're just like muttering it to themselves, and they know it's fake. So when you see that live, it's like, damn, that's kind of cool. So, but anyway, Yuna and Spike were doing this at ringside. It was kind of funny.
I was going to say my only other note would be that I do think people should check out I really quite enjoyed it wasn't like the perfect match or anything, but I quite enjoyed Hash versus Spike. So I think it's worth going back for say to people, maybe check that one out from the 19th. And do you guys? Because I know that I really like Manami. I don't know if I'm saying her name right, but so I'm not put off by the woos and the X's, and I quite enjoy trolling the other apprentice. Do you guys? I remember you guys not liking her at one stage. Are you warm to her at all, or no?
Oh, she's an awesome wrestler. Like when like that match with Hashimoto, she showed what she can do. I guess she just likes doing fun stuff sometimes. So we don't get to see her like seriously wrestle that often, but we know she can.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this Hashimoto match was like a revelation to me how fucking awesome she can or could be. I don't know. I'm still out on the wooing and the X's. That's the kind of energy that's annoying me rather than is entertaining to me. But she fits very well with Aniki in that way. So, I guess it's a perfect tag team in that way. Yeah, but I think she's good. She's definitely a very good wrestler. I think Eric at one point said she is material for the Sendai Girls world title, but so I think Eric was never really out.
Absolutely,
it was more me than him. The entire time.
No, she could be a world champion within a couple of months if they decided to book her that way, but they don't. So, but she absolutely has that ability.
If she always wrestled like in the Hashimoto match, absolutely.
Yeah.
I also wanted to add to this whole discussion from earlier, maybe to like make this relative, or I don't know the right word right now. When I see Bozilla, it has the same effect, right? The same, like the German vibes she gives off. Like that's very much, and I've never like held that against Bozilla in any way either. It's just like some people give off the vibe like they're typical Germans, and I've gotten that vibe from both of them. So that's just, I guess it's just when you're surrounded by these people all day, every day, it's just something you catch up on. Either way, next up, did anyone have anything more on this?
That's good to go.
All right. Chihiro Hashimoto was up against in another fun singles challenge from one of her roster members. It was against Yurika Oka this time. I don't know if you've talked about it lately, but Chihiro Hashimoto is a really fucking great wrestler.
I mean, look, if she's not your number one wrestler of the year, you're just not watching the correct wrestling. It's just literally undisputed. She's... This was sorry, I had to just... I'm so sorry. This was a banger. Continue, Tim.
Yes, no, it's just my point is kind of what these matches show me that she's having the series since the Yuna match, the Manami match, it goes back before the Yuna match even, but she's not really just incredibly great at what she does. She somehow manages to make the people she's up against look so fucking good all the time. Not even just through selling or whatever. I don't know how she does it. I have no idea. It's like a magic trick she does. Like every opponent she's up against completely levels up when they're fighting her. In how good they look, in how good they work, in how good everything just works out in the match for them. Like it's just fucking crazy to me. It's incredible, and this was an absolutely incredible match too, I thought. What was your life experience for that, Eric?
I don't know. Is the answer, Tim. I don't know what my life experience was. All I know is I thought this was awesome. Hashimoto, just watching her wrestle live. This was my first time watching her wrestle live. I think that's correct.
Wow. Yeah.
Yes. So I was kind of like in awe about it, and like all of those sequences that we talk about in our reviews of her matches, like her transition work, like in the grappling and stuff like that. It just comes off like even better in person. You're like, how is she doing that? Like the way she transitioned like out of a wrist lock early on in this match. I love when she does the stuffing of the single leg takedown. Like that just pops me every time. The way she stuffs those. It's just, this is, when I watch Hashimoto, I kind of do get, the crowd where they just want wrestling to be real and no stories. This is my indulgence in that sort of like archetype of wrestling, I guess, because this is just like, I'm led to believe that this is real, the way they're wrestling, and yeah, I just thought it was awesome. I don't want to go through spots because I know you guys are going to go through them anyway, but yeah.
Which is funny because I think while she does all this fucking brilliant mat work and whatever, Hush is telling incredible stories during her matches all the time.
You're right, absolutely.
Yeah,
The Una one, obviously, like.
Oh yeah, I mean everyone.
The
of
Minami
these
one.
ladies. Yeah,
the Minami one. She was like on the back foot, right? Like
Yes.
she was kind of like selling a lot more. Yeah. I mean, you're completely correct. She is telling stories. I didn't. Yeah. Sorry, I actually take back what I said. I don't want to give them any credit. She is telling stories, but she does make you feel like it's real at the same time. There you go.
Right.
Yeah, I just thought she had. I mean, I think one of her best attributes, possibly her best attribute, and you see it even more in the Fortune Dream match. I think she's just got the best timing, or maybe the timing of when to do things. It's so good, and it like really hooks the crowd. And makes her quite sympathetic, oddly, considering she's such a dominant force, which is not an easy thing to do. This match ruled. I love the there was like she did like powerbomb out of a triangle choke, but she like overbalanced, or one of them did, and she had to sink super deep into the squat, and then like refine the center of balance, and then jerk her up for it. I thought that just made it even better. I thought it was just absolutely sick.
Yeah.
And I also like to compliment Eureka. I like that she used some of her comedic stuff, not very much, but very little bits, but to give her an advantage. So like she like did a fake out punch dodge, scream in her face like sillily to distract her, which kind of gave her enough time to then level Hash. But Hash responded by spearing her to death anyway. But it was still clever. And the mother.
David, can I come in on that? Like, because one of the things I've been saying about Yurika Oka is I think she is one of the best at blending in comedy with her in-ring work. Like it is almost seamless, and I think she needs to get more credit for that. So I'm really happy you mentioned that. She's just so fucking excellent at it. So yeah,
she makes it like a weapon in her arsenal to in a serious match, which is so hard to do. And what? Oh, and my other main note from this one is just, I know it's a Sendai Girl staple, but it is really interesting that the selling style in most of the matches on the card is this like, and it's really telling here, is this like you eat the moves. Like there's very unflashy, unshowy selling that really takes me back to like early All Japan Women, and like which I really like. I mean, as I say, I'm like, my favorite wrestlers are really over the top sellers in a way, like Utami and Saya, which might sound odd, though I'd like this style where you just kind of sit and almost emotionlessly take moves. But in this context with these workers wrestling this style, I do like that kind of ultra unflashy selling. It kind of works well where it's more just taking and absorbing punishment. And a final note, I think it was this match. Is this a match where they did like a really cool La Mystica into like a high cradle? I thought that was awesome. Yeah. Yes. And the finish was amazing, like a crazy lariat, right? Wasn't it? I think that was great.
Mm-hmm. No, it was insane.
There were a few Mysticas in this match. I think there was one earlier on where Yurika put on the Mystica, and then Hashimoto almost immediately reversed it into her own crossface, which I thought was fucking great. And then there was the Mystica before the running lariat as well, I think, towards the end.
Yeah. That was sick.
Yeah. I mean, there were just some really creative takedowns by Yurika into the armbar. And, she's known as like a high-speed sort of wrestler, I guess, like of the Miyamoto type. But the stuff she was doing in this match wasn't just high-speed. Like, she had like really good arm work. Like after she did the splash, she was like pinning Hashimoto. And at the same time, she was holding her arm because she was like, okay, if you kick out of this, I'm going to transition into an armbar. And as soon as she could feel Hashimoto kick out, she transitioned out. And I love little details like that. And it's also something you don't expect from someone like Yurika Oka. So it's important to like give her flowers, I guess, because she can wrestle. She absolutely can.
Yeah. I mean, she almost managed to out wrestle Hush at like points in this match. Like at one point, Hush had an armbar on her, and Yurika somehow reversed it into her own armbar. I don't even know how that happened. It was like, again, like a magic trick somehow. And then Hush reversed Yurika's armbar into her own ankle lock, which was also like fucking magical. And then Yurika had to get the ropes. And that was like one of the craziest reversal sequences I've ever seen. I think it was so fucking good. And and I was really impressed by Yurika, like how much she fought like for every submission, and how much she tried to give Hush like nothing, and how much she tried to always get the S grip for every like armbar and whatever, and just the struggle and the grit that that Hush somehow brought out of her. It's crazy. It's such a good match. At one point, Hush somehow stretched Eureka so hard that Eureka kind of gave her a leg for a pin. It was like a really weird spot. I've never seen that before. It looked really logical. Like for some reason, like Eureka had to put her leg up to like relieve the pressure that Hush put into her arms, but then she was in a really compromising pinning position at the same time, which Hush then used to get like a sick pin on her. It was a really, really creative spot as well. And, yeah, Eureka kicked out of that. The big fuck off lariat in the end was also so sick. And obviously was the end for Eureka. And no, I loved it. Excellent. We had in the main event Hyperactive, which is the newly arrived Anita Vaughan and Sapphire Reed from the UK. They defeated Reiwa, Ultima Powers, Dash Chisaku, and Hiroyo Matsumoto. They've been on quite a tear in Sendai Girls since they arrived, huh? Hyperactive.
Yeah, they've been booked strongly. I mean, they got a tag title match on the 22nd of May, so
makes sense. Yeah, you guys know these better than me, I guess. I have, of course, seen Anita Vaughan and Sapphire Reed as well. I think they are really good. I like, they're probably my favorites in EVE, actually. I'm always surprised that not more people are talking about Anita Vaughan. Obviously, everyone knows Sapphire Reed is fucking great, but I feel like Anita Vaughan is really, really good. And I've always thought that, like, from the first time I ever saw her live in EVE, was immediately convinced by her ability.
Her push was quite sudden, I think, because she was really like rookie lower card for a long time in the UK, and then like EVE just obviously correctly recognized something in her and started pushing her way more seriously. So I think it's probably, she doesn't have like years of build up like Sapphire. People have been saying for ages it's going to be great, whereas AV's like kind of really rocketed up in the last like 12 months, I'd say.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that's why. Because I haven't really paid attention to like the UK scene, I guess, until like last year, maybe. So that may be why. That's more surprising to me. I would have thought she has been up there for longer, up higher on the card, I guess. Because she's so good, I think. What did you think about their performance so far in Sendai Girls? Yeah.
Can I go first?
Pretty good.
Sorry.
You can.
I was just gonna.
Yeah, I was.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna make a general point, which is that I really like, as Tim said, I really like both of them. But I do have to say, I much prefer Sapphire in her snarling little shit radioactive gimmick, and I prefer Anita in her pseudo MMA shooter AV presentation. So like Hyperactive is like a lot of fun, and they do lots of like silly TikToks. Like they played the music when Amira did her big song at Dream Queendom. I think they were the ones who actually played the guitar for it, did the backing vocals and stuff. So they do silly stuff. But I wondered if it was maybe to be more babyfacious in Japan, maybe for merch and to get bookings and stuff. But I would prefer their more serious presentation overall, even though it doesn't really affect the quality of their wrestling particularly.
Yeah, I kind of had the exact same note. The Japanese girl next to me loved the Hyperactive funnier spots. So I mean, it clearly works, and there's a reason why they've chosen it. But it was kind of jarring to me to see Anita work as a babyface, just because I've seen her only kind of work as a heel. Just that's what I'm familiar with her with. But I think they just fit in like a glove in Sendai Girls, especially Saf. Like, okay, Anita too, like with the lariat sequences with Matsumoto. Like, when she hits hard, she definitely fits in, but Sapphire just fits in like a glove. She, like you would think she's like a Japanese wrestler the way she's wrestling in these matches. So,
I mean, she's just a maniac. I just love her. Like Sapphire, that is. There are some spots in this match. Just. I mean, that's a calling card. Is like her expressiveness, her like expressive face and everything. But she really like that really translates well into Sendai Girls, I think, as a like key aspect for her. And I really think their finish is cool.
Yeah, so I had that note too.
That's a sick
I was like, it was kind of like out of control, but looked awesome. But then they did one on the 19th that just looked out of control and not so awesome. But I like it. I like it in principle.
It looked specifically good in this match. I agree. The 19th one wasn't as great, but here I thought it looked kind of sick and like it would really put away someone like, who did they actually pin? Did they pin Dash? I'm not sure.
I didn't write it down.
Me neither. Nah, that was cool. I really like. I'm really looking forward to their time in Sendai Girls, I guess. To their little 3 months excursion, I guess, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
They're at least until July, because they already have like matches announced in July in Sendai Girls, but
and
don't know how.
I was going to say, I think when Eric's back, he can say, but I think I noticed that Anita is a really easy name for the Japanese crowd to chant, and they seem to enjoy doing that. So that's great for her, obviously. And they were like gasping at her like power, like when she was catching people, which is like she's bigger than them. You wouldn't think catching spots would really get the crowd, but they seem to gasp every time. So that's really good for her. And the only negative I had was that, and it's not really a negative, I think there was some communication issues because I think Sapphire got her knees up on like a splash from Dash, and there was like this huge gap.
Oh, I noticed.
Yeah, there's like this huge gap. I was wondering what's going on. And I think Dash was supposed to walk straight over and go into Sapphire's donkey kick, but I'm guessing that maybe donkey kick isn't what they call it in Japan. So she just like hung around waiting for Sapphire to get up. But other than that, it was really good.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Okay. That's actually everything we had. That was the main event. Good for Hyperactive. Did you have any more notes, Eric, on the Sendai Girls show?
Nope.
All right. Oh, you basically said everything before the show, right? Everything around before the whatever. Up next, we have a marvelous review from Eric. What did you live through?
Right, yes. Okay, quickly. 26th of April, they were at Shinjuku. This is their last show before the 5th of May big show. And like some of the matches on this card is just I don't even know what's going on. The opener was Aihuzan versus Senko Akatsuki, which is not meant to be a match you just throw out there because obviously this one continued a storyline of their rivalry, I guess, or their feud. You know, like Ai had always been jealous of Senka, but she was sort of like trying to let go of it and forge her own path. And this was like triggered by the matches against Mio and Suri in February. And the storyline, I guess if we can call it that, has been kind of stuck in the mud ever since. And this is like the first match that's kind of hinted back to it. So like I refused to shake Senka's hand to start the match. There were some really stiff slaps from Ai to Senka. Senka was no-selling them a bit, which was fucking surreal because obviously Senka is the junior. And you don't normally see the junior no-selling slaps from the senior. I mean, the dynamics are just so weird. I guess it does add to Ai Huzan's story, but I don't know how much misery they want to put Ai Huzan fans through. So like, I don't know, like when did she get her payoff? I have no idea. I was doing like the Zenja style flash pins to Senka, and there was like no crowd reaction. It was so sad.
It's so bad.
Sometimes I wish. Yeah, sometimes I wish the Mio match didn't happen because now I'm an Ai fan. It's like so depressing.
Yeah, that's true.
There was like a spot where Senka like goes for a pin and then Ai jumps up and sort of scares her. Senka sells it well, but you know, whatever. Anyway, Senka wins with the Axe Bomber and Zenjo style pin, which is her finishing combo quite consistently now. So Senka continues to be a wall for the 6-year veteran Ai Huzan. So we'll see how that plays out. Backstage comments, Senka referenced the same match that I did that made her depressed, which was the Zenjo style pin only match that I lost, and that kind of made her start spiraling. Senka's like, I wasn't happy about that match either. but she didn't really go into detail why. Oh, actually, the Shupro... That's even funny, sorry. That's why I did that. The Shupro reporter asks, okay, what didn't you like about it? And then she says, because it was a pin-only match. So, so, so I think she just wanted to beat the shit out of Ai Hozen in a proper match. So it wasn't that she felt bad for Ai, which I thought was hilarious. Yeah, I felt bad about that match, but I felt bad that I didn't beat her ass more, was basically what Senko was saying. She basically confirms that she wants to have a rivalry with Ai Hozen that lights up Marvelous. So there you go. Okay, skip. Main event was Magenta versus Spark Rush. Another match I don't know why you're just doing it randomly. A lot of chaotic brawling. This was basically your classic Magenta Marvelous main event, which, I mean, tying people up, doing stuff in the crowd, all of that stuff. So if you thought it was 20 minutes in the ring, that's not what this was. It was a 20-minute time limit draw, obviously. It's not must see, but it was fun, I guess. Spark Rush say they want the tag titles next, and Rico swears that they aren't a comedy act, and that at Yokohama Buntai they will give us the most unhinged match that we have ever seen against Nightshade and Nyla Rose. Right, so there you go. And finally, Titus joins the team huddle at the end, so he is officially part of the Marvelous team, which we know. So that was Marvelous. What are we on to next? We are going to Oz Academy quickly. And I don't think any of us watched this, because I was in Japan. Well, I am in Japan. And I didn't feel like going back to watch this. So just some notes. It was Sari Ano versus Unagi Sayaka, and if Unagi lost, she would join Sekigun again, which is Mayumi Ozaki's faction. So Unagi ended up winning and announced that she was staying in Phantom Limit, which is with Akino, Tsubasa Kuragaki, Kahaku, Misa Kagura, and obviously Unagi. And she also wants to start a team with Sari Ano. Wow. Sari accepted on the condition that if she lost a tag team match once, then they would disband immediately. All right. Kahaku was not happy about this, who's meant to be in Unagi Sayaka's unit, obviously, because this is like a cross-unit tag team, which apparently is a big no-no in Oz Academy. Pioneer title match. So this was the final of the tournament between Rin Yamashita, and Ryo Mizunami, and Ryo Mizunami won. So there you go. She won using Sonoka Kato's finisher, the Kowloon's Gate, which was passed on to her. The Oz Academy Openweight title match. Akino versus Hiroi. I just realized I didn't do spoiler warning, but you kind of should expect it now, I guess, Akino versus Hiroyu Matsumoto versus Mayumi Ozaki versus Momoka Hanazono. So this was a 4-way, and I think it might have been an elimination one. That's kind of the gist I got of it, because the last two were Momoko and Matsumoto, and obviously Matsumoto destroyed Hanazono and retained the title. But that last match between Momoko and Matsumoto sounds fun, at least. Random Oz notes. On the 3rd of May, Ancham is being booked, which I thought was quite interesting. We speak about Ancham a lot. She's not a freelancer technically, but she's contracted to a very, very, very small promotion. They don't even run any shows. Shinjuku or whatever. Yes, it's her Oz debut, and it's like the first major Joshi promotion booking that she's had since like Marvelous in 2022, and she was on the New Blood show in 2022. But yeah, I hope this is the start of a trend. And also Yuki Funa, who's the seedling rookie, she's being booked in Oz Academy more as well. So she was on this Korakuen as an emergency replacement for Misa Kagura. Then she's on the 3rd of May, and she's also being booked for the 10th of May in Shinjuku Face. So interesting.
Doesn't she also do this like really tiny deathmatch promotion?
Ancham, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Die. They actually have a show today, but it's clashing with Actress Girls Korakuen Hall, so I'm not going, but I would have. But yeah, she's a deathmatch freak.
Yes. She's awesome.
All right. Shall we move on to Evo?
Please. That's all.
So yesterday I was at a Evo show. It was in Chiba in 2AW Square, because obviously, if you've been listening to the podcast, you heard that Evo got sold to 2AW's parent company, so they're kind of like under the same umbrella, and this was like their first joint show since that announcement. some news, I guess. Yuka Satsuki, who's the 2AW rookie that we talked quite a bit about, and we spoke about that match with Senkei Katsuki. She is now dual contracted, which isn't surprising at all because they're part of the same company. So, kind of expected a lot of them to go that route, maybe. But yeah, so you expect to see more Yuka Satsuki in Evo, which is awesome because I think she should be in more places. So,
I mean, can you even call that dual contract at that point?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, dual affiliated, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Yeah, she was so cool to me. This was because this is in the middle of nowhere in Chiba, which is actually not that bad to get to. It's definitely worse than Yokohama and Kawasaki. Kawasaki is literally like 10 minutes from Shinagawa or something, so Kawasaki is so close. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, Chiba is like an hour. It's like an hour away from Tokyo, like an hour 20 minutes. Everyone was super friendly. I got a lot of polite nods from other fans because I guess they were trying to be welcoming, which was cool. I'm pretty sure someone asked me if I was a pro wrestler when I was in the queue to the toilet. I just kind of ignored them and just smiled and went no. No, I thought this was a fun show. Yuka Satsuki is really cool. Her English is way better than I expected. So she's definitely checking out those YouTube shorts or however these kids learn English these days. That's how my nephew learned English. So I just assume everyone does that. Yeah, she's very confident. English very good for her age, and she was just awesome. Ayama Sasamura I met, and she's just as bright and bubbly as you expect. So I basically told her she's one of my favorite wrestlers, which she is. She's kind of been a mini SLG for quite a while. And I told her that more people should know about her, and that's kind of why we talk about her and write about her. So she was pleased about that. And then obviously I met Chi-Chi. So I kind of I kind of started in Japanese, and then I switched to English, and then she just spoke fluent English. I was like, oh okay, like she's very fluent in English, like totally. And even then, it was hard for me not to switch into some Japanese phrases just because I'm just so hard wired that way that I'm not used to speaking English in Japan. Yeah, I just told her that I saw in Shupro that you wanted to go to America, AEW, WWE. She was like, yeah. I thought that was kind of funny. Yeah, she threw me off with how chill she is, I guess. She was super, super chill and relaxed. So I just told her that, I hope that she achieves her dream of wrestling in America because we want the wrestlers we support to achieve their dreams, even if it means we get to see them less.
Yeah, I wanted to get rich, so.
Yes, exactly. So.
Did she have merch?
Oh, yeah. None of them had merch because I kind of wanted t-shirts and I just didn't see anything. Yeah, so no, I didn't really see any Chi-Chi t-shirts or anything like that. So I just got like a portrait signed, which is like everyone has those at least. So
yeah, it was the same when I saw Chi-Chi. I wanted a shirt. I wanted to buy Amy a shirt too, but she just didn't have anything. So
yeah,
you're so marketable as well. That's so weird.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. That's the thing, right?
Maybe it's a trademark thing because it's kind of stylized like Barbie, right?
But there's so much wrestling merch is ripped off of other existing IP, like.
Yeah, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she did not have any in Chiba, at least. Maybe she just didn't bring it. So the opener was Yuka Satsuki versus Zonez. It was a cool match. I like that she's doing that cool inverted Boston leg again, the one that we picked up on the Senka match. Like I mentioned, really expressive. She runs the ropes so fast for her size. It's ridiculous. So there you go. Chi-Chi versus Chika versus Mio Shirai. This jump scared me because I had no idea Mio Shirai was on this card. And then I immediately felt unwelcome. Just some gaijin in the middle of Chiba, and then Mio Shirai's there. And her merch table was set up behind me. And during like the intermission and at the end of the show, no one was going up to her merch table, and I was just kind of avoiding eye contact. That's one of the maybe uncomfortable things about the meet and greets. Some wrestlers have huge lines and some have none. So Zonez was set up right next to Chi-Chi. which is just like, that is one way to give yourself psychic damage, because Chi-Chi has like 10 people in the queue and Zona just had no one. And she's just saying, because they say like, available for signings or whatever, they call out and stuff like that, and no one was responding, so it was kind of sad.
Oh, I think I've
That sucks.
told you guys before, but obviously I think the men had bigger queues like Tanahashi and stuff, but my first ever meet and greet, similar to you with Lil Mars, was literally that. It was Mina Shirakawa has a gigantic queue, literally no one. And I had a beer before going over to do it. Literally, in the entire time I drank my drink, no one went up to Azumi. And I was like the first person. I felt so. I was really excited to meet her. And I got to talk to for like 10 minutes because of it. But like, I felt so bad. Like, how does no one want to meet Azumi? Like, how do you know who Mina is and not know who she is?
Yeah. With Azumi,
That's insane.
I don't get it though. That's
yeah, no, Azumi and Mina, I don't get. That's
yeah.
But it was like Rev Pro. New Japan technically. So maybe Mina's more known to their fans, but still, I felt bad.
Nah, I would have too.
The main event was IMA Sasamura versus Soy. Yeah, I thought this was a pretty good match. Ayame is like a total sicko. Like, she's like no selling stuff and just blasting Soy. Like, we know she's like a good baby face, but she also plays the bully very, very well. Soy was pretty good, but I just couldn't take my eyes off my indie SLG Ayame. So yeah, that was pretty good show. Are we on Ice Ribbon next?
Yes, I guess so.
Alrighty. You guys watched the main event, I think?
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, this was, obviously I've been to Kidzawa Town Hall. So this was the 26th of April at Kidzawa Town Hall. I've been here in January. Yeah, I was really happy with this one because I met Kaho Matsushita, the champion, and I was just really happy with my Japanese. I don't know. I was like able to understand what she was saying crazily and able to talk to her. So that was really fun. I bought a VIP ticket and didn't realize I'd bought a VIP ticket. So at one point, the president, I think his name is Hajime Sato, he came up to me showing me his phone with a translation on it. It was before the show. So I was just like sitting there minding my own business. And he just comes up to me with his phone, asking me if I've picked up my prize. I was like, what? So he took me. I was like, okay, I don't know what you mean, but I'm going to follow you anyway. Because, you're the Ice Ribbon president, so you're not taking me down the back alley to shoot me or whatever. And he took me, and apparently you get like a nice acrylic stand for buying VIP. So I got a Rico one, so there you go. It was just a nice acrylic. Nice. There were Scottish people behind me. So
what?
They were queuing up behind. Yeah, they were queuing up behind me to go into the venue, and we just avoided each other because obviously I'm very distinct. I mean, people kind of know like that I'm not from there. But yeah, we just didn't like. They were obviously struggling, and I was just kind of trying to make eye contact with them just to see if they need any help. Because God forbid, I was definitely not going to vocalize if they need any help. But they didn't, so they never asked for my help. And then yeah, they were just behind me in the seats the whole time, and we just never spoke to each other the entire time. So like true Brits.
Yeah, I was going to say good form.
Yes.
Yes.
Yuka is a psycho. I mean, she was just before the show, she just got into the ring and just started doing bumps for like a minute straight.
Warm up.
And she was like yelling to the crowd and just doing bumps. I don't know. It's like she's on coke like 24/7. I mean, I love Yuka. She's amazing. And the last detail I have before we get into the matches is there's like one ringside camera, and they do not like going around the ring because I guess the cable. So all of the wrestlers seem to be trained that when you're doing submission holds, you have to go to one side where the camera is. So you sort of see them all go for the same rope, which I just thought was kind of interesting because I've never thought about that before, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Opener was Hikaru Minami and Moehiro versus Masahiro and Nanami Hitano. Yeah. Yuka is also a demon as a second. She's just a workhorse. She's like vacuuming up all of those ribbons because obviously you get ribbons for every single entrance. She's not resting all show. She's just all go. But anyway, I thought this was a fun opener. No other notes on that. Shiono and Yappy was the next match. So obviously, Shiono is one half of the Uptown Rookies. Oh, which were also in Chiba at the Evo show, by the way. Which I was like, what are you guys doing here? And it's because there is a male Uptown Rookie called Hyo Ogawa. So he's got a guy that Ikemen has also got a guy rookie, and he was on that show, so that's why they were there. Yeah, so this match was interesting to me because Yappy was training Shiono. So Shiono's the bad one. Sorry, she's the one that, you know, doesn't look like she wants to be there. So Yappy was training her. She was like telling her how to do a lockup and stuff. And like she was teaching her how to do a Boston crab, but Shiona like cranked it on too hard, so Yappy was actually in pain. She was like, "Wait, oh shit, not too hard." So it was kind of funny. I kind of like that structure of match with someone who can't wrestle. So I did enjoy that. And then after the match, Shiono asked to join Bad Butts. All right then. We had Rico versus Saito.
Wait,
so Saito is the other
her?
up top. I don't know what Yappy said. It seems to be fuck no, but I'll check the translations at another point in time. She seemed not impressed by it. Rico versus Saito. Saito's the other Uptown Rookie. She's actually not bad at all, and I'm reconsidering because I said earlier, like, I compared her to Himiko, like older women get into wrestling late. The only reason I thought that was because she had like a tweet with Manami Katsu, and apparently they go way back. But she does not look old at all. It might be like Japanese women just like screwing with my brain in terms of like their age, but she looks like in her early 30s basically. But anyway, Madeline was on the show against Totoro Satsuki. She's like a masked wrestler who apparently does some MMA stuff that Kaze was telling me that I'd never seen before. She looked okay. Semi-main event: Akane Fujita and Kao Matsushita versus Risa Shinose and Tsukino Umino. So Fujita and Umino, we know, are sickos against each other. So they're the ones that had the clonking headbutts at Ribbon Mania. Umino was just bloodying up Fujita's chest here with like the first chop. Literally the first chop, and Fujita was like already bleeding from the chest. Umino is just like a fucking... he just doesn't care. There was some really good spots in this match, like a sick crucifix driver from Umino to Kaho. Kaho's improved a lot. Like, she's really stepped up, because before she became champion and she had that storyline with Manami Katsu in like October, I was like, she's really good at the fundamentals, but I don't know if she's like an ace or like promotion carrying wrestler. And I think she's growing into that. Like, she's just improved a lot. Like, her buzzsaw kicks are so good. She's just very crisp, and she's starting to come into her own. So obviously Umino pinned Kaho, because that sets up their title match on the 10th of May. So there we go. Right. Main event. Right. International Ribbon Tag title. It was Kararu Wakana and Yuka, which are called the Revolutionary Angels, something like that, versus Makoto and Sumika Yanagawa, called Mystic Eclipse. Who wants to go first?
David?
Me? Okay. This is a bit tough for me, because obviously this is very new to me, Ice Ribbon. So I was very grateful to finally have a chance to watch it. And what I would say is I really enjoyed the work. And I'd say, based on a general first impression, I'd say if this is style of work is indicative of the rest of the card, which it may or may not be based on what Eric's review he just gave, it would probably jump Ice Ribbon into competition for maybe my third favorite of the Joshi promotions, in that kind of mix with Marigold, Marvelous, TJPW, that kind of range. But I know I'm just parachuting into a big main event, so probably not the best way to judge. But I'll let someone else go, because I'm not gonna, because I don't know the people. It's hard. I shouldn't be the first person to recap. Someone who's a bit more knowledgeable probably should go next, and I can give some general thoughts.
Okay, Tim, you want to
go? Okay, I can go. I don't have the most detailed notes on this one. I watched this basically like literally as we started the podcast, the part one of our podcast. Like, I think I was late like 10 minutes. That was only because I was still watching this match. So whenever I do that, my like everything is kind of hazy about the match. I did really enjoy this. As you know, like Kirari Wakana is like I enjoy her a ton. She's climbing up the ladder for as of my favorite rookies. And she worked a lot in here. I thought they gave her a lot in a way. Makoto and Sumika Kanagawa. It looked for large stretches of the match to me like Yuka and Kirari are gonna win actually, but in the end it wouldn't be enough. And yeah, there was one spot where they did like a double suplex on Sumika Kanagawa. That was actually gonna be my question. Is Sumika alright? Is she living well since this match?
I actually haven't seen her since, so I don't actually know. Maybe she's not. I thought she was going to be on the Evo show, and then she wasn't. So
yeah, she finished the match alright. Like she kept wrestling normally, but the way she landed on her head on this like double suplex, Yuka and Kirari gave her, that was insane. That looked sick. That scared me a little. Yeah, that immediately, like Kirari immediately followed it up with a double stomp on her, and like the way Kirari kicked out of that was like it looked so weirdly alien, like she was actually out of it for a bit, but I don't know, maybe it was just selling, like because she did come back, she Yuka missed a top rope elbow on her after that, like Sumika barely like rolled off the way, and then they gave her like extra time to recover. Like that was really like noticeable to me, like how much time they gave her to stand back up, because like I think everyone kind of noticed that like that suplex was fucking rough. But yeah, she then kept getting foot stomped by Kirari like 3 times in a row, and crucifix bombed, and she still kicked out of that. So that was kind of when it was obvious to me that Kirari and Yuka were not gonna win, because that would have been an easy finish if they had to call an audible or whatever. But Makoto made the save and speared them both. There was a spin kick from Sumika on Kirari. This was when Sumika like found back into it. I think the spin kick looked really good, and Kirari made like one last desperate kick out at 2.999, and then Sumika won in the end with like Unagi's facebuster thing. I don't know.
I was gonna say that's one of my comments, because I really enjoyed the whole match. As I say, there's only a couple of things I didn't like, but one of them was like after all this cool near falls and like intensity, I hate a spinning X Factor or whatever that was as a finish. Is that, I presume that's their regular finish? It's probably because I've watched, it's probably an American thing where like I've watched so many Divas matches where that's the move they just give them that I just can't take X Factors seriously. But that's just a personal.
No, I mean that's her finisher, and I've never liked it. So
no, it's totally fair. Yeah, I agree.
She does a really cool submission move that she should just use as a finisher all the time. Like it's like an inverted chicken wing or something that she just should always do. Or just use the spinning head kick as well. That's kind of sick.
Yeah. That kick that would have been a better finish than the actual finish, for sure. That looked really good. Yeah, that's basically my main notes on this. Like the spot of the match, in a good or in a bad way, was this crazy double suplex for me. And I really liked I kind of liked the finishing stretch after that, although it was kind of obvious to me that Sumika was a bit groggy after that spot, I guess.
Yeah, I thought this match was awesome. I also have that spot in all caps lock, the dropped on her head with a double arm suplex. I was obviously really invested in this match. I was really surprised, actually, that they retained. I just thought, who else is going to beat them if not Karari and Yuka? Yuka's obviously one of their top stars. Manami Katsu isn't around right now. I don't know if she's sadly taken a break or something, but she hasn't been around. Kao's got a singles title. It just seemed perfect for Karari and Yuka to win this one, to be honest. So I was kind of surprised they didn't, because Makoto and Sumika really is a makeshift team. So I was like, okay, they can just lose here. But apparently not. This match felt like chaos live, especially because I was on the camera side, so they just used that side a lot, so they were like always around me and just like taking like drinks of water and starfish shaped on the mat right next to me. So that obviously added to the intensity or the chaos of the match. I thought it was kind of cool. I guess that the result, the way they sold the result, actually is what got me about this match. So obviously the match itself, I thought was really awesome in terms of it was really fast paced. It was high octane action. It was non-stop. Um, Ice-driven tag team title matches just have this style, and I guess I'm really fond of that type of style. But really, it was the post match. Yuka and Karari were literally crying their eyes out at losing, and
Oh no.
I don't know if they're really good actors, but at the end of Ice Ribbon's show, the whole roster goes around and shakes everyone's hand because obviously they can because there's 100 people there or whatever. So when Yuka came up to me to shake my hand, I cannot explain to you how she looked. She looked like 10 family members have just like simultaneously died at the same time. That selling was honestly on another level. I can't even believe what I was looking at. Kararu obviously was crying as well. Yeah, just really insane selling, I guess, after the... Like, she was sobbing violently while she was shaking my hand. It was, like, surreal. I literally couldn't believe it. I was like, guys, what the fuck? So that made it add even more, and I was really sad that they lost, I guess. I was just really invested in this match.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now the actual serious reviewers have done their job. I'll just throw in a couple of points as a newer watcher. I loved. I don't know who did it because I'm not an expert on who's who, but someone did either you could either describe it as a figure four or a fisherman suplex onto somebody else. So they took the person they were doing it and landed it on someone else. And I really love that because it's so completely redundant, because obviously you're not going to bridge and pin, you're just throwing them onto someone else. So I kind of love that as a kind of joyfully excessive flourish. And then my one down note, again, I don't know necessarily who's who, so I won't blame anyone. I did say the one spot that took me out of the match was it's like a backpack sleeper where they have to, whoever was getting the move done to them had to super help the other person get on their back. And it was before they'd struggled to do it, like they did it from the start. So that was a bit immersion breaking. And, like you see Natsupoi do the fairy blink, there's like ways to get on people's backs and shoulders that feel organic. So like if there's a one note, it'd be that. You get on, just jump up there, just do it.
But I was so confused at that because, and the interesting thing there is Tim, do you remember at Ribbon Mania, like when she was debuting that new finisher and she like struggled to put it on like 6 times?
Yeah,
because she struggled to like get on the back. I thought she was like teasing the finisher because she was like, because how she tries to get up is she puts her foot on the left like thigh of the opponent and she loses her balance every time.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, she did the exact same thing. I was like, oh, she's teasing her finisher. But then, it was just what David said.
It's just a rear naked in the end. Yeah, that was just Kirari. She struggled on that one. Maybe she should just drop that. I don't know.
I mean, she's never used that finisher since, by the way. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe she shouldn't try to do a rear naked choke from that position either. That really didn't work.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask, just more generally, because I guess a lot of listeners rather, probably in my position of like, these are one of the questions they probably see the least of. Was this match indicative of what Ice Ribbon was like in terms of not just the wrestling, but also I thought the presentation and looks are pretty strong for a smaller promotion. Is that generally what it's like on down the card or no?
I'll let Tim answer, actually, because I think you can give a better answer because you just started watching it recently.
I feel like yes, in a way. I think actually if you just look at the show we reviewed last week, which was like their tag team tournament, I felt like almost up and down the card you had matches of this caliber mostly. Ice Ribbon, of course, has some undercard workers who aren't quite on the level or are literally children who can't exactly expect like a 16-minute epic from of that caliber from. But like I would say like the entire upper card, like people like Tsukino Umino, Arisa Shinose, like Kao Matsushita, of course. All those people are definitely capable are on that same similar level, if not higher. I'd say probably Kao Matsushita and Tsukino Umino are even better wrestlers.
I just realized as well, is this the promotion where you have to buy all the pay-per-views? Or no? Oh, okay. So
Yes.
Well, you can wait 1 month if you don't.
Oh,
want to buy the
okay. That's not
pay-per-views.
so bad. Yeah, I was just saying. I was trying to remember. I knew there was one that had a really high barrier to entry, and I was wondering if it was this Ice Ribbon. But
This is like the most default like subscription model in Japan. It's you buy every pay-per-view or you buy a 1 month subscription and you get everything 1 month late. It's like £5 a month or whatever, and you get everything 1 month late. Diana's the same, Seedling's the same.
oh, that's not so.
Wait, and when was? Sorry, it's not so bad. Yeah, when was that tournament we reviewed last week? Was that at the start of April? Or was that a month ago?
That was on the 12th of April, but also that one is in Skip City, so that's a YouTube exclusive.
Oh, okay. Because Manami Katsu was still on that one, right?
Yeah, she was. She I don't know. She just.
I mean, obviously she was.
She
She
only
review
does
the matches, but was she missing since then?
She's been missing since then. She doesn't do dojo shows anymore as well, so I'm just getting kind of worried, I guess.
Okay. Well, because obviously she's another one who's like a very good work, like an exceptional worker, like one of the greatest. So yeah, they got a lot of underrated and really good talent on Ice Ribbon up and down the card. Actually, I would say, is that fair?
Oh yeah.
Watching this definitely encouraged me to check it out. And I'd say your reviews always do make it sound good, but actually seeing it that did put it in perspective. It's probably too late in the show, but I was going to say, are you aware of because you just mentioned literal children wrestling. Are you aware of the recent wrestling news controversy?
Oh, you mean Brody?
Yeah.
Lee Jr.?
So I wasn't going to ask about because the opinions on that are stupid. I was wondering because Dave was saying he couldn't think of any children on that level at that age. Is there anyone, because you see all these promotions?
Dave's just,
is there,
he's just
yeah,
clueless.
I was going to ask if there's like a kid that
clueless.
jumps in your mind as like who's the best modern kid, but
yeah, like Moran. Moran is literally
Moran's a
like
kid,
one of the most. She's literally 16. She's incredible, which I'll get onto next because this is our Diana review. Moran is amazing, and it's not even close. It would actually be insulting to compare Brody Lee Jr. to Moran. So, yeah.
Well, I didn't see Brody Lee Jr. I didn't watch that match.
I don't need to see him.
I thought it was funny. I also heard like the pushback for like the statement Dave made that like NXT workers. What
I should clarify. I agree with
nobody in NXT.
I'm not. I should clarify. I'm not, because obviously people might think I'm a troll. I'm not this, because Dave's point was obviously that he was just saying someone that age in their first match, that was incredibly impressive to do a match that long and make no mistakes. Yes. And there are people in NXT who are learning who might be good, but they're way more developed and they're not on that level at an older age. He wasn't insulting them. But obviously people took it that way. But I was literally just asking, who do you think that is? Someone that age? I was more just asking, is someone that age? I wasn't endorsing the
wait. I have to apologize to Dave then, because I thought Dave compared him to other 16-year-olds. So I apologize to Dave Meltzer if he did.
He did do that as well. Isn't he 14? Isn't he 14?
Okay. I retract my apology.
I think he's 14, so Miran has 2 years on him, but still. I mean, there's Coco, there's obviously the Hero Sisters. Moe Hero is 14, I'm pretty sure.
Moe Hero is 14, Coco's 15.
Yeah.
Miran was good.
Yeah. Masay Hero is 9.
Wow.
Masay Hero is insane for age, so
yeah. All right, let's move on to Diana. All right. Yeah, this one's going to be a bit quicker. This was just today. I think the main thing is I met Misa Kagura, to be honest. That's like my main highlight. I was so happy. She remembered my name from months ago. So at the previous Kitazawa Town Hall pay-per-view in January for Ice Ribbon, she remembered it was in Kitazawa. She just remembered all of that. It's just insane how wrestlers remember some of these things. I mean, Lil Mars remembered me as well. So those little things do kind of.
It's just your aura. I guess. They're just smitten.
My
yeah, they dream about you.
She was. I told her I was going to be there on the 5th and the 6th. I asked her if she was okay because she's been taking off some shows, and I think she tried to explain it because we were just kind of communicating to each other in like broken English / Japanese.
Yeah.
So I think she was like explaining that. She pointed to her head. I don't know if that means concussion or headache or just a cold or what, but she is wrestling on the 5th, so it can't be too bad at least. Yeah, just very fun that I bumped into her, and obviously I met Debbie Keitel again, which was obviously cool, and also Karara Rakana, who we were just speaking about. And I guess my note for that is she's exactly what you think she is, personality-wise. Like, as in, she's not a gimmick. You know, when she's kind of annoying a bit, her character, you know, like with the double foot stomps all the time, stuff like that. She is actually like that. She's quite quirky. She was asking me stuff like, how do I say 1,000 in English? She was like pointing to like a yen note and was like, and then she had to like ask Debbie next to me, okay, how do I ask him? Like, she's just very inquisitive, very funny. And I really...
Does that mean, did she ask a question to Debbie and then Debbie turned to you and said, how do you say 1,000 in English? You said 1,000.
Well, yeah, because yeah, exactly. She didn't even like say anything. She was just pointing to a note, and then I guess Debbie like read her mind of what she wanted. And then Debbie was like 1,000. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, 1,000. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Karari Wakana, very fun. Didn't get to meet Moran though, which I really wanted to do. Going back to my point about meet and greets, and you kind of have to pick who you want to meet. And obviously, I was going to pick Debbie because I wanted to talk to her because she speaks English, and also Mizukira. And then I got a sneaky one in with Karari, and it was too late for Moran and Nami and Umasaki. Damn. The opener was Karari Wakana versus Mizuki Kato. Very fun match. Mizuki Kato is just as loud in person. She's the one that screams, that picked up all the U-isms. Karari was just like laying her shit in, which I like her forearms and stuff like that. David, how do you feel about forearms?
You really want me to do this at the 3-hour, 35-minute point?
No, it depends how long it's going to take.
Oh, I mean, I could try and do it quickly.
Do it quickly. Do the abridged version, because you might not get this chance.
Okay, yeah. So my point is that, because obviously you often talk about rookies and forearms, and like sometimes you've been assessing them fairly by like how well they hit them and how strongly and firmly, which I think is a completely valid point. And even despite being a Kamatani fan, I do think that everyone should try and hit forearms properly and firmly. And I think she did in the match with Sayaka recently, which was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, she did.
However, I would argue that it is one of the least important things in tracking the development of a rookie or green wrestler. And I also think it can be actively detrimental. Now, I want to say, I'm not talking about like Celine or anyone like that. I think anyone doing them well should be praised for doing something well. It's more the broader development thing, because I think there are like 3 stages of cheating in development. And like stage 1 is hit harder. Stage 2 is take the center of the ring all the time. And stage 3 is obviously take more of the match. It's also like very much the Mai Sakurai improvement strategy, which again, I don't think it's a bad thing to do. I think sometimes it's smart, but I think these kind of things like skip you up like 5 levels in your development, but at the expense of improving you more generally. And I think it's the way that like near immobile 50-year-old veterans wrestle, like Minoru Suzuki, and I think they do it great. But I think if you actually want to learn and improve, I think it's the reason that Stardom really focus on ring positioning, movement, learning where to be when, ring speed, all of these things. Oh, selling, obviously. So that's why I tend to focus on those things more. And the real reason why is because I think the people who do it worst are actually Western wrestlers. I threw in May there for a Japanese example, but like Mariah May and Tai Conti, I think seemingly improved loads by doing that. But I don't think it's actual improvement. I think it's quite illusory in a sense. And the reason I wanted to bring it up is because obviously I watched Blake Mariah in NXT, and she has been like, when you take, because obviously WWE, when you're new, they say you can't do the hard hitting, which is stupid. They should just let people hit hard. So that's not my point. But it does expose like how bad her ring positioning is, how bad her selling is, how bad her timing is, like all of this stuff. And she's in there with people who are way less experienced, and they're like light years ahead on that stuff. Whereas Julia had that taken away from her, and she's just like, I'm going to go do a technical wrestling match now. I'm going to do suplexes. I'm going to bump like mad. So I don't mean to, because I like Blake. I'm not actually insulting. I don't like her presentation, but I like her. But I just wanted to make that point because Yeah, I know it's one of Eric's big things, and I just wanted to put the counter. Not that it's not even the counter because I know Eric probably doesn't disagree with many of the points I'm making, but like it's such a
Yeah.
staple of this show, the forearm talk with rookies in particular, that I just wanted to say the counter. Not that it's not to say it's not the counter piece, a complementary piece.
Did
It's a
you
complimentary because. Go on, Tim.
just a very quick question to the Blake Monroe point, because you watched her in 2023 when she had her 9-month excursion in Stardom. Did you feel the same way about her then, that she wasn't good at the timing stuff and ring placement and what have you?
Well, this is the thing, no and yes, because I think she did do the thing where they figured out the formula of Blake takes the center, everyone moves around her and bumps, and she got so timing she did get better at. She's like really good at what to do when. That is a really good skill, and she still has that. But I think when you're suddenly doing 50-50 matches, or the other wrestlers aren't there to just bump relentlessly for you, I think it has exposed. I thought it showed up a bit in AEW, where even though they can have some quite crazy fun match layouts that help the workers, which is something you should obviously do, I think her non-Tony matches were a fair bit worse. And then I think in NXT, where they're more in a, you have to follow a formula, and you have to, if you're not doing it well, it's really obvious. I think it's really highlighted those weaknesses. So you are right. She did develop in Stardom, and I actually really liked her matches in Stardom. But I think if you take away the shortcuts, like I said, I think doing the shortcuts maybe hurt her development. It doesn't mean that what she was doing was bad. What she was doing was obviously good.
Yep. No, I agree with
Yeah,
that.
I guess my answer might be a bit boring because I don't think it has to be a shortcut. Like, I don't think if you have good forearms, then you are therefore skipping out on some other development. Like, I don't think they're like mutually exclusive like that. I do agree if you're only doing good forearms and nothing else, then that's obviously going to stunt your development. But for me, it's not even like a barometer of like how good a rookie is. So if that's how it's been portrayed, then that is not how it's meant to be portrayed. It's more. It's actually a indicator of how confident a rookie is. Actually, it's like a proxy for their attitude. And for me, that is really important to have the attitude that you're going to be confident, that you can take it to veterans and stuff like that. Because that's the sort of attitude you need to sort of succeed, at least in Japanese wrestling. So if I know like Celine is going to be blasting Venny like a few matches into her debut, like that, okay, she's already got that. I don't need to worry about her confidence or her personality or if she's going to crumble under pressure. That's kind of how I see it, because she's willing to hit Venny, who she knows hits hard, as hard as she can, and then she can work on the other stuff as well. So that's more how I see it. If someone was only doing forearms, yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Which, ironically, is what I think of Anna, by the way, in Diana, the Diana rookie. She just has like hard forearms and pretty much nothing else. Like, she can't even sell right now. So yeah, if she focused less on forearms and on selling, then that would be better. But does that make sense,
100%.
I guess?
And that's why when I framed it, I did really want to frame it as it's like complementary, because I know you
complementary,
don't
yeah.
think that, and
Yeah.
I think, and obviously you know that I think improving your striking is hugely important, and everyone should do it. It's more
Yes, yeah.
there's a broader conversation where I think some people cannot see. They get blinded by taking loads of the match and offense, essentially. And I think it's worth pointing out, or maybe making the counterpoint once in a while. And as I say, you just gave a springboard to have a chance to make the case, like not on a random forum that two people read. So, so I just want to. And like Ty Conti is probably the best example, because her thing was be more aggressive, take like 80% of the match and kick hard. All of those things are fine, but like she didn't improve literally anything else. And I think that's why her career, I mean, obviously she's taken breaks for other reasons, but I think that's why her career didn't go anywhere really.
I think a really good example is actually in the same promotion, Sealing Yuka Funa, which you might not have seen, but she doesn't have like the stiff forearms or whatever that Honori Hana and Salima Zora will do. But her fundamentals have gotten shockingly good really quickly, like quietly under the radar. And so, like, if you asked me who's a better wrestler, like, I guess, you know, in-ring worker between Celine and Yuka Funa, I'd say Yuka Funa, but obviously Celine makes me feel a type of way because of how she does her matches. But yeah.
And I had Celine as someone who's good, because she's like, from the matches I've seen, like it's only like 3 or 4, but she's obviously like coming on in all aspects. But that's the one she's like really strong at. That's not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, no, that's.
I feel like
Tim, you want? Yeah.
Yeah, in a similar vein as David just mentioned, I think one of the key problems a lot of rookies have early on, and a lot of wrestlers in general, I guess, keep having throughout their career is like hesitancy or hesitation. I don't know what the better word is.
Yeah.
And I feel like the way they throw a forearm is more an indicator of how much they have gotten past their hesitancy. Towards being a more confident and like more,
it's more what it signifies rather than the technical expertise of throwing a forearm itself.
Yeah. Although Hazuki has taught the world how to technically incorrectly throw one, we have to acknowledge that.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Anyway,
all right.
Cool. Back to the review.
Let's get back into it. So yeah. Yes, Kararu Okano, who has built up her fundamentals as well as having stiff forearms. Yeah, they were kicking out of everything in this match, like diving double foot stomp, Mizuki Kato splash, who's obviously a big girl. She has a really cool modified Argentine backbreaker there, so that was cool. Mizuki Kato is a really fun second, by the way. She's like always interacting with the fans. She was putting on people's hats. Like, yeah, she wants to make sure you have a good time. So that did increase her perception in my mind, I guess. Yeah, I don't really need to talk about these matches. Oh, Debbie Kaito and Himiko versus Moran and Saran. So it was Moran's 4th debut anniversary. I mean, Moran, she looks even better in person. She is just insane.
Right.
And she's just incredible. I don't know what to say. Like, I mean, I know what to say. We said it last episode. She's literally like a blend of Azumi and Mei Seira. That is what she is. Obviously not at their peak powers, but that is like her current path. I don't know what she ends up doing if she stays with Diana. I don't know what the track is for her, but she is just an actual prodigy. So what I thought was impressive is, again, Debbie can keep up with Moran. So Debbie's clearly... Like, Debbie, I know you said, David, because you only know her from your UK days, but she's able to keep up with Moran in a high-speed match, so she is no slouch.
No, I need to watch her again. I should watch one of these matches, because I just have memories from years ago, and it's probably not fair, from like Queen of the Ring and Rev Pro, and like, they don't even care about women's wrestling, so that's probably why.
Yeah, okay. I'll recommend some. Maybe that Misaki match recently, actually. That was pretty great. Yeah, the main event was Haruka Misaki. Come on.
I just wanted to say real quick how much I agree with that. It was when I was at the Risa Serra retirement show, right? Miran was like in just a big fuck off. Was it a battle royal even now? I think it was like an 8-man tag or whatever. And she just had like 4 spots in a match or whatever. And just through those 4 spots, like she looked so incredible. In just these little things she did that it completely blew me away. Like, seeing her live is way more impressive even than just on tape. That's
I agree.
Really true.
Yeah, because on tape it sort of seems like video gamey, I guess.
Yeah.
Like it's easier to like dissociate from what you're watching, and then when you're there live, you're like, oh my fucking god, it's real.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yep, that was Diana. Let's move on swiftly to Zero.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I need to watch some more recent Moran matches, because she was great last time I saw her, and she must be so much better now. I was just scrolling her cage match. She had a match with Tabata. Wow.
Oh, you should watch the Honoka one, right? Tim?
The Tabata one was funny. The Honoka was legit great.
Okay, the Tabata one you should watch if you want to see someone wrestle in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
Moran was solo carrying that match, and then the Honoka one is just a genuinely good match. I love that match.
Yeah, I'll check it out for sure.
Right.
Were you finished with Diana? I thought I interrupted your main event review, but maybe.
Oh, well, the main event was Haruka Misaki versus Tali, who's an Australian, so I didn't feel like talking that much about it. I mean, it was okay.
That's fine.
Oh, Tali's boyfriend was there, which I thought was fun. I was like, okay, that was actually kind of funny. There was a guy with a mullet in the crowd, and he looked lost. And he made eye contact with me a few times because he was on the opposite side of the ring. So I guess, he was kind of confused what I was doing here. I was confused what he was doing here because he didn't seem like he knew what was going on that much. And then after the show, I just went to the nearest fried chicken place because I really couldn't be bothered and I hadn't eaten so long. So I just had a bunch of fried chicken. And then I saw Tali and this guy, and Tali's like hobbling. She's like there's no way she's still selling because we're like a kilometer away from the venue. Yeah, and she's like hobbling really bad. I was like, shit, maybe she got hurt. But yeah, anyway, she was getting carried by the guy that I was looking at, the guy with the mullet that looks like he's straight from the 80s. So anyway, that was funny.
Damn. Straying.
Yep. So 0-1. So they've officially launched on the 25th of April at Tokyo Square. Other not show notes. Obviously, I met Magenta. That was fun. Told Maria that her blogs were quite touching, obviously, because she wrote about her brother, which was kind of, I guess, touching. Told them that I was going to the Buntai, and then I showed them a picture of Chris, of Whitehead, because obviously he met them in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, "Oh, okay, cool." Yeah, Venny was like the highlight of my trip so far. I think it's between that or Sayaka Carrara. I don't really know. Meeting Venny made me so happy. I showed her the pic from last time. She seemed very upbeat and
Great
happy about it.
photography on that picture.
I told her to come back to the so I told her to come back to the UK, and she said, "Wait, did I show you the picture?
I took the picture, right? Or is it a different one?
Oh, okay, yeah. You're talking about the when I met her in.
Oh
UK.
no, you're talking about
Okay,
Japan.
yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, yeah, no, but that one I have framed actually. So thank you for that, and I actually got it on our wall.
Oh, nice.
But no, there was a picture in this show where she was getting chopped during the match by Ryu Mizunami, and she was like selling, and then she was like reaching out to me, and I got the perfect photo of her reaching out to me, and it was just like the coolest thing ever. So anyway, yeah, I told her to come back to the UK, and she said she would love to. So you know what to do, Eve. Also, I told her that the seedling match was amazing, the one with Honori Hana, Celine Mizora, and Unagi Sayaka. And when I was telling her about the match, because I just said the date in like Japanese, and then she just like motioned blood, like from her head, and then she was doing it like an excited, proud mom. She was like so excited about the Honori Hana blade job, and then she posted about it on Instagram, saying this match has been recommended overseas. Well, I don't know the exact terming. This match has been highly recommended overseas. Please watch it. And I think that's probably from my comments. So I don't know. All of this whole Venny experience at this show made me very, very happy. So the show itself, really good launch show. I really like the top 3 matches. I don't think this made tape. As in, sorry, I don't think it's been on the high seas or anything. And it's not even on the phone app yet. So this is, I guess, an exclusive. First match was Megumi Yabushita versus Utashima. Utashima was basically a replacement for Konomi Hori, which is the 0-1 rookie. So this was just an Ito Dojo match. It was kind of whatever. Saki versus Sumiki Yanagawa, yeah, kind of whatever. Kahaku and Honoka versus Koko and Kao Kobayashi was really good.
That sounds
4
sick.
great workers. It was really sick, actually. And Kao was just going like full fucking effort. She was running the ropes like a mad woman. She's super energetic. Kao and Kahaku were great to start off the match, and then it was Koko and Honoka. Like any combination of people in this match, you can't go wrong with. I noticed like Honoka's head scissors are also really insane because it's like the proper lucha style unassisted ones, David. You know, like when you jump onto an opponent's shoulders.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Because there's like 2 different types of head scissors where you jump onto the opponent's shoulders, and the other one where it's kind of like a weird swing sort of thing. Yeah, so Honoka's got the good type. Super awesome, like tornado DTTs from Koko. I mean, Koko was just fucking great. Again, 15-year-old with 2 years of experience. Yeah, really cool match. Hiroyu Matsumoto and Venny versus Rina Amakura and Ryu Mizunami. This was the match that I took that picture on. I thought this was a really good match as well. It's hard for Venny to have a bad match. I thought she was incredible in this match as well. She doesn't do that many bookings, right? Like I remember in December we only saw her at Seedling, I think, and then she didn't do another booking for a few weeks. But when she does bookings, she goes hard. And she did here as well in front of like 100, 150 people, whatever. So really liked that match. And then main event was the match of the show. I thought Magenta versus Miku Kanai and Yuki Mashiro. I think this is the hardest Magenta have worked in a long time. It was really, really good. And there was like less of their antics. And even if there were the antics, I didn't even notice them because the match was so good. Rico's a super fucking clean worker. Yeah, I thought this was an awesome match. Maybe that was a live bump, but I thought this was like Magenta at their best. So there you go. That's 01.
Oh, yeah,
What's next?
sounds great. Next?
Oh, yeah,
we have-
I guess just to finish off, 01 is a pretty fun promotion. I guess we've reviewed all of their Rose shows. I just think they know how to book freelancers as well, which I really like. Like, the talent they've selected to be booked on their shows is really cool as well. Like, Kahaku, Honoka, Koko, Kao Kobayashi. Mei Suruga wasn't even on the show, and she is going to be like a major part of the promotion. They announced on 9th of May they're going to have a new title, and it's going to be like I wasn't paying attention. It's like a battle royale. I'm pretty sure they called it Royal Rumble actually, which I was like, okay. And Mei Suruga is in that one, so I'm kind of hoping they crown Mei Suruga because she was kind of an important part of the pre-launch shows, but she just wasn't on this one for whatever reason. Maybe she was double booked or something. But yeah, fun promotion.
Isn't she over in Italy or something, or is that in the future?
Oh, you. No, that's in the future, I think.
I saw some match graphic for an Italian promotion with her and Balian. I don't know.
I think that's in the future, maybe. I don't know. 14 Dream. All right, you guys do this one.
Do you want to go first, David? I think you were very excited about this.
Yeah, I thought this match was really. I don't know. I was going to say sick, but I don't know if that's quite right. But it was super fun, and
yes.
So I don't have. I'll tell you what. I've got a great story about why this was so fun. I watched this match on the commuter train home from Oxford and then from to London, then London to Sidcup, where my family is. And I did the thing because I really wanted to watch it. And Tim sent me the link. I had a guy coming back from work next to me, and he definitely started watching over my shoulder, and not in a disgusted "you're watching wrestling" way. And I could tell he was, because I had to keep closing it to open the notes app and make notes. And he started huffing after a while when I kept closing the match to put it on. So he was enjoying it. So that's a really good sign. But generally, yeah, I thought this was great because it was like two kind of matches in one. You had or three even. You had Sari and Hash doing their like super sporting but aggressive rivalry, like very, very professional, very aggressive, very very sports orientated. Yep. And then you had Saya as this demented scarecrow troll running in, being a dickhead and ruining it. But also when she wasn't being a dickhead and being crazy and out of control, her and Sari also had a unique type of match. Like at first, she gave Sari the opportunity to like show off her like super fluid rope running, springboard stuff, which she does do sometimes, but not all the time. So it's really cool seeing Sari do both styles, because I know some idiots on the internet think Sari just does one style, which isn't true. That's not our friend Velky. That's like real idiots in America who think she just hits hard and can't wrestle. And then the other style was like towards the more she got, I think, annoyed at Saya for doing bullshit. Like she hated being the chair bowling. Like she was, even though she got chair bowled, she was like actively kicking the chairs away with such disdain. Yeah. Like, how is this even in my match? But like later on, they were like tearing at each other's eyes. I thought it was crazy. But they were like really cool spots to talk about. But I just wanted to talk about those like three styles of interaction I thought were going on, because I thought that was all fantastic stuff.
Hell yeah. To clear up the confusion before we get like 1 million comments, Mei Suruga and Balianaki are in Italy in October. Not now.
That's what this episode will get complaints about, I'm sure.
Never know. No, I totally agree. I had so much fun watching this match. This is legit like a great match for me. Just like, obviously, like you said, like I had a lot of fun just watching Saya being a fucking troll. Like when she just sat in the audience at the start and like was politely clapping for Sari and Hashimoto's grappling. It was very funny. There are also like some really funny clips of like Momo Watanabe
it's incredible.
On the outside, like reacting.
Or like acting like this incredible offense is complete shit. So unimpressed.
Exactly. It is so good. I felt overall like the presentation was quite unique too. I've never really watched any of the Fortune Dream shows. I feel like they rarely make tape, or if they do, they appear like months or weeks later. after the fact. So I've never really seen like the setup and stuff. They had like some camera angles that made like Korakuen look kind of different and unique in a way, and also like the way they set up the announcers table. I loved when they fought in front of the announcer tables too, and Saya just grabbed Kenta Kobashi's water and drank it. And Kenta was just like, "You what, mate?" he looked not amused about that one. It was so funny. It was really good. Like, I don't know. Obviously, like, all these insane spots towards the end, like, these are just three insane workers. I saw a lot of people, like, kind of dismiss Saya in a way in this match, but she played her role perfectly, I thought. Like, she did. Obviously, she doesn't do the same things as Suri and Hush do when they fucking roll on the mat, but for what she needed to do in this match, Saya was really good as well.
Yeah, and I think it's like, it's kind of obvious that obviously she was way more out of control than those two, but like, I think it's also obvious that they've wrestled like 1,000 times and they know each other inside out, and like Saya doesn't, but she was still trying to make the best impact she could in her own way, even though she was obviously like the sloppiest person in the match by a mile. But I thought it was great, but like, I can see why people would not be impressed with her performance, but I thought it added to the fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, they brawled all over the crowd as well, which was really fun. I thought like these spots when like Hush and Suri had to work together for like one fleeting moment to overcome Momo and Saya before like battering each other again. Like these little things are just so much fun to watch. Like when you have all these interactions between these different like huge stars. Obviously the outcome was kind of like a foregone conclusion. I wasn't mad at that either or anything. It's just what it is. But like, this was 20 minutes, right? Or was it 30?
Well, the thing is, because the timer included like an interview with Saya at the beginning, so I kind of lost track of what the real time was.
Same, but it was also like, I think the fight was over 40 minutes actually, so I think it was 30 actually. And it didn't feel like that. Like that went by in a hurry for me, because it was just, I had such a good time watching.
And
this match.
Suri and Hash were sprinting so hard at the end to like win that really, the time limit, it didn't distract from it, because I loved that they were trying to win within the time limit so hard. It wasn't just you're waiting for that one move where they're not, the way it's going to not, the bell's going to ring at 2 type thing. It was just, I was just really into the action.
Yeah. And then you obviously had these insane like triple spots in the end with like the Suplex power bomb, or when
Frankensteiner sent on.
The Saya Frankensteiner Hashimoto onto Suri was
yeah. And Hash just like a big bowling ball. It was amazing.
Just insane. Yes, it was incredible. And then when like and Hash just kept like deadlifting people out of pins and fucking throwing them on their heads, and it was just insanity towards the end. And I don't know. At one point, there was like the one nitpick I would have for this match maybe is at one point they were all 3 on the mat. They were very clearly like communicating something. I don't know what was going on, and the camera was zooming in on them talking to each other. That was kind of like, just show like the one time in the world when a crowd reaction shot would have been useful. They fucking zoom in on the performers, like clearly communicating and trying to figure out what's next. That was kind of like, well,
I think that was before the big triple.
That's whatever.
Like they all did the clobbering forearm or overhand forearm thing. Was it just before that or just after that? I can't remember. Where they like were all on their knees and did one, and then they did a triple down. But the crowd liked that, and they were going crazy. And I think it was then, because I was like, the crowd are going crazy, and then they did zoom right in on them all talking.
There was like a triple German suplex right before that went a little south. I think like Saya flew more like sideways than like over.
This was going to be one of my notes. Like obviously, logically, Hash is the strongest, and she's certainly in kayfabe the strongest. But if you're doing a triple German, no way should you do it in reverse height order. Like having the tallest person at the end.
How does it even work?
Yeah, because they're the shortest, then medium, then
that?
Tallest. So they all had to go side, because it's just so dumb. It looks so shit, but I loved it.
That's kind of funny. We mentioned it, the Yakuza kick from Saya. We mentioned it on our Instagram Queendom review. Looks fucking sick. She did it the same way here, where she like kind of slid into the corner and like it just looks like it takes the other person's head off it. It's like almost like an optical illusion the way she slides in there. It looks kind of crazy. I don't know.
There was so much good stuff. There was like Hash picking, like Sari's doing a like Indian deathlock, or I forget what she calls it exactly, but which is like one of her great submissions, and like Hash just picks her up out of it to slam her.
Yeah, that was
like
so
she's
funny.
trash. That's awesome. And then I really liked all the comedy they did, like Hash refusing to be Irish whipped by Saya because it's like this wacky arm flailing inflatable tube man's going to whip me. So Sari had to help, but I think even then she fought them both off.
Even then, she just didn't move an inch, and she just looked at them like, "What the fuck are you trying to do here?" It was so good. She was just sitting in the ropes, and Sari and Saya both tried so hard to Irish whip her, and she just refused to go. It was the look on Hush's face for that was incredible.
All her no selling was so good. Like I think I've got here that I think it must have been Sari who did it. Gave her a second rope fisherman's buster, and she not only didn't sell it. Well, she did kind of sell it, but then she went straight into an arm bar. Like she just wasn't giving Sari anything. It was just incredible.
It's kind of a fighting spirit thing, but I don't know. It just worked.
Oh, and absolute. Sorry, this was so sick because, like, again, Saya's really light, but because she's tall, everything looks quite impressive when you do it to her. Like when Hash caught her Flash Rana and jerked up for a powerbomb, the crowd went crazy. And then she did it to Sari too, and it was like, and did that set up her going for the double pin? But it was so. Oh no, it's up like a load of pinning exchanges, but just I don't know. As I say, catching Saya is not hard. I think we could all do that, but somehow it just looks amazing when Hash does. I think it's the timing and the way she pulls her up, and then as I say, I really liked Sari doing the anything Saya can do, I can do as well, or better. Doing some of the high flying stuff. I thought that was really, really cool. Oh, and I've also got a note here that Hash was just stomping the shit out of Sari at points. It was awesome.
That was like, I think like Hash, that was after the triple down or whatever. Hash, like, she had this killer look on her face, and I think Sari just punched her right in the face. And then in return, Hash just kept stomping on Sari. That was crazy. They just beat the shit out of each other for some stretches of this match.
Was it this match? So we've reviewed, there were a lot of Hash matches, obviously for like free. Was this the one where, I think it was Sari maybe, like she does the butterfly Vader attack. Is this the one where like Sari like bonked off like 40 miles flying backwards off it? I can't remember. Maybe it's,
I think so.
But anyway, there was so much good stuff.
But I think they did a similar spot in the Yuri Kaoka match.
Yeah, maybe I'm muddling them up, but I just, Big week for Hashimoto.
Absolutely. Eric, what are you there?
Yeah, I'll just let you guys get it out of your system.
What are your thoughts?
I knew you guys were going to riff off on
Are
this
you going to come tell us this was some sloppy crap?
No. I don't have anything unique to say that you guys didn't already say. So I thought it was excellent.
Oh,
awesome.
I guess one thing, I think it's impressive they put matches like this together. Do you know what I mean? Like how do you do that? I guess
thought the same thing actually. It was 30 minutes all action, and it was like pretty much flawless timing wise, pretty much flawless. Like just from a composition standpoint, like how it was put together, it was like I totally agree. That's like some masterclass shit right there.
Yeah, that's the most impressive thing to me, to be honest.
I was just going to say, I thought this was another one in terms of like, because you guys talk a lot about how great it is when the promotions cooperate in Japan and how like some don't and some do. And I just thought, again, it's so cool. It's so hard to imagine in America because like Saya is objectively, like whether she's the biggest draw or whatever, who cares? She's objectively the biggest star in women's wrestling in Japan currently. And she just comes into these matches with two technically rival promotion, well, one rival promotion and then one who does her own thing, who you could describe as a rival, and she's just like, oh yeah, I'm going to take the role of being the complete dork in this match, and like can you imagine like like whichever free like CMLL, AEW, WWE do team up and like Roman Reigns agrees to do what Saya did in this match. You're just like never, it could not happen.
Well, you've said it before. Saya Kamitani is what, the most selfless huge star in how long? Like, it must be a very long time.
There's not. Well, no, it's not nothing like it because I'm sure that the others might do the same. But it's just such, and it's so unique to Japan to do that. It's so cool.
Is this show not on Cage Match?
It is. It went 30 minutes.
How many minutes?
They went what?
30 minutes, if that's what you're looking for.
Yes. You just cut out there, sorry. Yeah, that was what I was looking for.
I know. I was going to say not quickly because this one had because I mentioned it earlier with Eureka, but it was even better in this one because in this match they were going so hard. Like Hash was doing a suplex, and Sari just did like the nastiest full speed swinging guillotine block counter, but she did it so hard that Hash actually lost her balance and went down to one knee. And then had to regain it to hit the suplex, and actually that up.
Oh, but she did.
And then she got it back up, and the crowd went fucking crazy. So like,
I mean, that's impressive as
fuck. And it was like one of those rare ones, not rare ones because it does happen a fair often, but where it going slightly wrong made it way better, and it would have been good anyway.
Absolutely. No. Yeah, I mean we could go over the spots for like half an hour probably, but it's just, if you haven't seen this match, please check it out. It's a doozy. It's crazy. I actually didn't expect it to be like this, honestly. I didn't think they would phone it in or anything, but I didn't expect them to go this hard for this long, like nonstop. Like, holy shit. I was kind of blown away by this. Even expecting, like knowing how fucking great all of them are. I didn't expect them to go this hard, honestly. And I commend them for it. It's great.
And I have no idea if they're actually going to do it, but this was another one with more kind of, and this was on the comedy end of it, obviously, but more Momo Saya stuff.
Oh, yes.
So
there was some.
Yeah, I don't know what it will play out into. Maybe it won't play out into anything because you can't always tell. But yeah, it's got to be so hyped for potential turns or non-turns. We'll see what happens.
I did wonder if that was a serious tease, for sure. Especially after Sunday.
Although it happened before, right? It's time travel.
Yes. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, they obviously know whatever they're setting up or not setting up. We'll see. Yes. I think that's all I got on it.
That's all from me.
Previews time?
Sorry?
Quick previews now?
Yes.
Because sorry, I spoke over you and I heard that as reviews Tam, and I was like, "Oh my god, you saved the Tam."
We can review Tam if you want.
This has probably been the least Tam mentions on your show ever, so we've got to get a few in at the end, right?
Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Well, just quick previews. Again, we're not back until the 12th of May, for real this time. So just some matches we might be looking forward to. So on the 5th of May, there's the marvelous 10th anniversary at Yokohama Buntai.
Hell yeah.
Not going to go through the whole card, but some really great matches on here, like Miyu Master and Senki Akatsuki. That's going to slap. A hardcore 8 women, which is Takai Nagashima, Echika Miyabi, Rini Yamashita, and Benny versus Jesse. Huh?
I think we actually have done that before. Gone over the entire
card. You think you have.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But
that's why I'm not doing it.
Yes.
What's the...
okay.
Eric, if ever, what was the last WWE title match you saw live?
WWE
Because I think you mentioned that you went to some WWE shows back in the day, like a long time ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I got no idea which title. Last WWE show was like 2016.
Of course, you're going to see Starboy Chaz Hall. So...
Oh, yeah. WWE ID. Chaz Hall versus Titus Alexander. Yes. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Jesse Jackson, Johnny Robbie, Masha Slamovich, and Queen Aminata is the hardcore 8 women. 10-minute time limit. May Sarah versus Miyamoto. And then it's Itsuki Oki and Miyamoto versus Mayu Iwatani and Rin, which don't know how hard Mayu is going to go because she's injured. Triple AW Tag Team title, Maria and Rico, Magenta versus Nightshade and Nyla Rose, and then Suri versus Takumi Iroha, and they will go hard, so you don't want to miss that. Like, literally, if there's any match on the show you don't miss, it will be that one. I'm genuinely thinking of upgrading my seats if they have one available. I kind of thought about it. I was like, I kind of want to be closer for Suri Takumi, but I don't know. We'll see how expensive it is. 10th of May, Sendai Girls, Senko Akatsuki versus Yuna is on that show. Chihiro Hashimoto versus Zonez. And also Bobo Moment Banana versus Hyperactive. So that's cool. 10th of May, we got Oz Academy. Anything interesting here? Okay, so Yukafuna's been booked again, as mentioned earlier. Miku Kanai and Tomoka Inaba versus Hiroyu Matsumoto and Itsuki Oki.
That's
okay,
sick.
that sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. 10th of May, Ice Ribbon pay-per-view. We have Kaho Matsusha defending her Ice Xfinity title against Tsukino Umino. Tsukino Umino is the sicko of Ice Ribbon, so that should give you a preview. We got 3 Diana shows, so I'm not going to go through the card for all of them, but Haruka Misaki, I actually, this promotion. So the one on the 4th of May is the one I'm not going to, because it overlaps with TJPW. Yes, I believe it's overlaps with DDT. No, overlaps with DDT because it's in the evening. And I really hate myself for missing the DDT Korakuen in January, so I'm not missing it again. And they booked Haruka Misaki defending the WWD title against Moran. Diana,
What?
why would you do this? Huh?
Who is that champion?
Haruka Misaki.
She has the WWE ID title?
Oh, no. Wait, that's not what you said, right?
The WWWD
Yeah, that's what I
title. The Worldwide Wrestling Diana title.
Okay. I thought it was another ID title match. I'm sorry.
Bro, that
That's
would be
what I
fucking
heard.
crazy. Yeah, but Umasaki versus Moran, I'll be missing live, which I'm very upset about. But that's the match you should probably check out, Dave. Actually, if you want to see Moran and Umasaki.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll go if it's available. I'll try to check that out.
I'll get it for you.
Yeah.
Don't you worry about that.
Of course, I should say
Sharing is caring.
definitely, and I should tell Tim because he's obviously a big fan of the belt. The WWE Women's ID Champion is of course Lainey Luck. She won the belt after it was randomly vacated in September 2025.
Okay, never heard of her.
And you probably never will.
Good.
Yeah, 5th of May, nothing really to mention. 6th of May, we have Debbie Keitel versus Misa Kagura in a singles match, which I'm excited for. So
let's go.
Let's move on to Wave preview. So I do want to, because we haven't covered it at all. They have their biggest tournament of the year. It's the tournament that got me into Wave last year. So I kind of want to talk briefly about like who's in it, what the blocks are, and stuff like that.
Is this the one with?
So they've got 3 different blocks.
This is the one with 18
The one with-
groups.
And they all have slightly different rules in
Yeah,
each group. Is it that tournament?
Yeah. I think you can go.
Yes, this one has
for half an hour
3
if you
blocks.
need to.
So one of the block is the Nami Honor block, which basically means Wave Woman block. And this is like the main one, and it's split into 3 further blocks. So like the Nami Honor Swell block, and then the Nami Honor Breaker block, and then the Nami Honor Surge block. So in the Swell block, you got Saki, Natsu Sumire, Kaho Kobayashi, Maika Ozaki, Itsuki Oki, and Kakeru Sakaguchi. So Itsuki Oki is obviously the Wave champion. In the Breaker block, you got Kahaku, Momoka Hanazono, Rina Amakura, Yuko Sakurai, Haruka Umasaki, and Mirai. So that's the big news there, that Mirai will be competing in tournament. And then you got the Surge block, which is Saran, Honoka, Yuri, Arisa Shinose, Zonez, which is interesting because she doesn't work Wave that often. So that's her first major freelance booking, I guess, since leaving Evo. And the Stardom participant is Rianne.
Oh yeah.
So there you go. They've also got a young block, which is slightly different rules, which I won't go into. Basically, the winner of the young block receives the right to challenge Honoka for her POP title. So this is Mirio Koga, Miku Kanai, Saito, Shiono, Konomi Hori, the 0-1 rookie. That's really interesting because she's only wrestled in 0-1 so far. And Anna from Diana. And Anna's also only wrestled in Diana so far. So really cool stuff there in the young block. And then the Elizabeth block, which is, it's the over 40s. And the winner of the block will challenge Ayako Sato for the Elizabeth title. So there you go. And then the card on the 3rd at Korakuen Hall, the opening round is Kaku versus Rina Amakura, which will be a good match. Honoka versus Saran. It's Gyoki versus Maika Ozaki. All right. Kaho Kobayashi versus Saki. Okay. Miro Kogo versus Shiona. Yeah. So it is a card. But, you got to do something. Next preview, Actress Girls. They have a Korakuen Hall show in 12 hours. So the top 2 matches are for the tag team title first. Mari and Nene Arahata versus Marina Sahara and Yukina Uehara. That'd be a fun match. And in the main event, it's Rika Fukunaga defending her AWG title against Nagisa Shiitsuki, who is obviously the King Champion. So they threw the King Champion in the main event to go after the main title. So we'll see if Nagisa can become a double champ. Finally, in Pure J, as I've already mentioned, actually, it's Kreia going after the Pure J Open title for like the umpteenth time in 7 years. Will she finally become a champion in her home promotion? Yeah, she better. Or I will. What would I do? Will I stop covering Pure J if she doesn't win? I'll heavily consider it. There you go.
All right.
Match of the week.
Damning announcement. Match of the week. David, do you have a match of the week?
Yeah, it's going to shock you. It's Saya Kamatani versus Sayaka Kurura from All-Star Grand Kingdom.
I'm pretty sure that's all of us.
And you know what? I'll say really, really quickly, for fun, I'm going to add in one spot that I forgot that I thought was really cool, which is I loved when Kurura, in the most like humiliating way, but in her own way, tried to pin Saya by doing like the full body press and arms pinned above your head while giving her not like a dismissive look or an evil look, but like a contented, I'm on my way to my destiny and you're going to lose face. And Saya did kick out, but that's a brilliant spot I've got to mention. So I thought I'd troll by adding yet more to our 90-minute review of the match.
Very good. Yes, I guess it's pretty easy. Sayaka Kurara and Saya Kamitani take the top spot. Shoutouts to Hashimoto and Yurika Oka, as well as Hashimoto and Sari and Saya Kamitani on Fortune Dream as well. Eric?
Yeah, Saya and Sayaka. That is one of my all-time favorite matches. I think I have decided it's my match of the year. So
let's go.
So I think Ai Huzan and Miyamoto has been dethroned. I just don't think I will ever forget that 450, and it's just, the entire match is just incredible. I mean, we don't need to go into it. It's just amazing.
There's a podcast you can listen to hear our thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. So my runner-up, which I wanted to talk about briefly, is Chris Hero versus Senka Akatsuki. So listeners of the podcast will know I was not enthused by it being on delay. Not in a I hate Scott, why isn't he uploading it immediately sort of way, just okay, I'm not going to enjoy it as much. That was a lie. It lives up to the hype, and I liked it so much. I liked it better than the first Aja Kong match, and that wasn't even close. Yeah, this match made me feel things, to be honest. I did almost get teary-eyed, actually, so I did kind of want to mention it because it's probably in my top 5 for the year, and it's just kind of rare you have a week where you have 2 matches go into your top 5. So obviously I do love Senka a lot, so that obviously played some parts in this.
The clips I've seen.
I should watch this at some
I
point.
guess I just want to say, like, I just want to finish by saying, what I think this is Senka's best performance ever. And I think it shows how much she's improved in 1 year since the Aja Kong match, because this is just the superior ultimate version of that match, like in a million ways. Like Senka just has an ability that others don't. Only Senka can do a match like this as well because of her crowd connection, but also her skill set. She knows what she's good at and she leans into it. And yeah, I thought this was her best ever performance.
And I've just seen clips on Twitter, but my God, Chris absolutely killed her with some of his offense while wearing the worst ring attire of all time, which somehow makes it better. What I've seen.
You know, this was my first ever time seeing Chris Hero.
Wow.
Really?
Although, to be honest, his signature ring gear was also pretty terrible, and his NXT ring gear was pretty terrible.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's not, you know what?
Everything about his NXT run was terrible.
This might be his.
The name, the gear.
Oh God, Cassius Ono. I just remembered the song. Jeez.
Oh my God.
But anyway, this might actually be his best presentation. So yeah, and he's great. He's really, really good. Him and Claudio are a great tag team.
I think I'm gonna check this out right after the podcast, or later at least. I wanted to mention about the Sayaka Kurara match, right?
Mm-hmm. Have you got a poem?
Now I've just really realized that I don't think I've ever been like as giddy to see what comes next in a promotion as I've been right now for Stardom and whatever happens.
Well,
now.
I'm not going to do.
I haven't seen the show from today yet, but I'm so fucking looking forward to just seeing again what's going on now. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say
I'm so giddy for
I'm not going to do any spoilers, but I am reliably informed that Sayaka is at least paying Sai Kamitani rent while she's got this belt. So that's Sai's story, and she's sticking to it.
Great. We'll see about that.
I mean, the match gave us the energy to talk for 8 hours this week. So
oh my God.
That has to be a match.
Wait, we are over 4 hours right now. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're not normal, I guess is the way to put it.
No.
I would like to thank David for coming on and
yes,
being an amazing guest for us for this week, especially when I'm away and my notes are a bit crappy, and I thought you did a great job breaking down the matches with Tim, especially like that Fortune Dream. That Fortune Dream one was a good example of why I wanted you on for this episode, actually, because you did a job that I could not have done, especially while I'm here.
Oh,
so
thank
you very much.
And I'd like to apologise to Tim for keeping him up till 1 a.m. 2 consecutive nights.
I am very
I know, I could hear you dying at points. I'm so sorry. And of course, the readers, the listeners, I keep saying readers because I'm used to being a writer. The listeners can assure that I'm sure I'm banned now because, you know, insulting forearms, prolonged rant about Marigold, insulting the beloved rap rock fitness genre, and of course Yuki Orion's compared to John Cena on top of that. So I'm definitely done. My audio career's over.
I actually think I made probably worse. I said probably worse.
I mean, you did misgender a wrestler, if you remember.
I did.
You. I forgot who it was in Sendai Girls. You did a whole review. I'm sorry, I've lost it.
Hey, what?
Do you not remember? He did an entire review.
What? Wait, I missed this.
Eric, you're the one who caught it. He did an entire review thinking.
Oh, you meant like no. I meant on this.
Oh
episode.
No.
Not
on this episode.
Okay, yeah, that was funny.
That was
what did I missed the whole fucking Kuki Amare storyline. That was a major mistake. I fucked up the Stephanie May's review.
That was good though.
I did several really fucking stupid things this episode as well, so don't worry. They're gonna go just as hard on me, I think, probably.
I think they'll prefer honest mistakes to hot takes, but we'll see.
Well,
maybe. Not the Marigold
Thank you all for listening to 8 hours of Joshi Around Weekly this week. Where else do you get coverage like this of the entire Joshi wrestling scene?
I can tell you where else.
Where?
On Keeping It Strong Style, the Trish and Sarah Wrestling Podcast, One Nation Radio, Tunnel Talk, All Things Elite, IMS AW Adventure, Wrestling Art with Chris Stings, and the AEW Match Guide.
Amazing. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye.
No, please say what you wanted to say. I'm sorry.
No, that's what I want to say. I'm good. David, you got anything?
Oh my God.
I'll say goodbye to all
Pissed him off.
the viewers. Goodbye. Listeners. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay, cut it there.